Chapter 279. At this moment, in the Dragon Seal family, Long Yuan had just received the news that Nieli and Xiao Yu were ranked 11th and 16th on the Saint Soul board. Long Yuan wasn't too concerned about Xiao Yu. However, Nieli was from the tiny exquisite family. He didn't have any background, nor did he have many cultivation resources. Yet he was able to reach such a high position on the Saint Soul board. This made Long Yuan feel that it was an enormous challenge. Since young, Long Yuan had always been the most outstanding amongst her peers. Therefore, she wouldn't allow herself to receive any challenges. Long Yuan stood up and walked outside. Previously, she hadn't placed Nieli in her eyes. It was only now that she truly valued this person. At this moment, she was wearing tight clothes that perfectly outlined her impressive figure. A long sword hung on her slender waist, and her slender legs were filled with strength. Between her brows, there was a grave and stern expression that gave people a suffocating pressure. Although she had a perfect face, her name was more than enough to scare all men of her age out of their wits. A 16 or 17-year-old handsome youth walked over and asked Long Yuan, "Inar, where are you going?" Long Yuan's sharp gaze swept over the handsome youth as she snorted, "Hu Yong, do you want to be crippled by me again?" The handsome youth was so frightened that he shrunk his head back and couldn't help carefully clamping his legs together. At the sight of this, Long Yuan coldly said, "A piece of trash like you wants to marry me? If you want to marry me, you'll have to beat me first." After speaking, Long Yuan directly walked away, her robust figure disappearing through the door. The handsome youth could only helplessly watch as Long Yuan left. Want to beat Long Yuan? How is that possible? It's impossible for anyone of the same age to do that. The entrance of the Saint Soul grounds was bustling with activity, with a huge crowd of people. The ones that everyone was talking about the most were Nieli and Xiao Yu. The two of them had just entered the Saint Soul board, yet they'd already reached such a frightening height. It really shocked them. In comparison, although Lu Piao's performance was also very outstanding, his brilliance was completely overshadowed by Nieli and Xiao Yu. 11th on the Saint Soul board. Was it really that useless Xiao Yu? It's really hard to imagine. Could Xiao Yu have reached the heavenly fate realm? What kind of person is that Nieli? Why haven't I heard of it before? Why did these people suddenly appear? Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, someone suddenly said, "Long Yuan is here." Hearing that voice, the crowd quickly retreated to the sides. Everyone looked in fear at the girl with a fiery figure and a frosty face as she walked over. Although Long Yuan was extremely beautiful, the surrounding people only stole a glance at her before immediately turning their gazes away. What a joke! They didn't want to provoke such a terrifying woman. She was a woman that even crippled her own fiancé. Aside from having an extremely powerful cultivation, Long Yuan's physical body was also extremely powerful. With the blood dragon bloodline and her unreachable family background, she was definitely an existence that others could only look up to. On the Saint Soul board, Long Yuan was the only newcomer that had entered the top 10. Long Yuan's gaze fell onto the Saint Soul board as her eyes slightly narrowed. She then walked towards the Saint Soul grounds. Long Yuan has also entered the Saint Soul grounds. I heard that young Master Golden Flame has also entered. This is going to be lively. Han Jing, Wang Yang, and the rest also received the news and rushed out of the Saint Soul grounds. They had never entered the Saint Soul grounds before, so they also followed them in. Inside the Saint Soul grounds, Nieli sat on the 121st step as he communicated with the heavenly Tao and comprehended the mysteries of the heavens and earth. Nieli could feel an extremely powerful repulsive force on the 120th step. With every step he took, his soul realm would receive an enormous pressure. If he continued to forcefully go up, his soul realm might even explode from the pressure. Therefore, Nieli didn't dare to continue. The soul realm within his body revolved slowly as the heavenly energy continuously poured into his soul realm. Nye Li continuously absorbed the heavenly energy. He allowed the heavenly energy to permeate his body and slowly refined it for his own use. The soul realm within his body was like a whirlpool as the surrounding heavenly energy was constantly sucked in. At this moment, in a certain courtyard of the Sky Soul Institute, several experts were sitting around a stone table as they chatted. There are quite a few students with decent talent in this year's batch. For example, the Dragon Seal family's Long Yuan. She has the Blood Dragon bloodline and a 7-grade heaven spiritual root. She's ranked in the top 10 of the 3 trials. An expert in gray robes lightly smiled. His name was Nanmen Tianhai, and he was an elder in charge of the Sky Soul Institute's affairs. Long Yuan is the #1 genius of the Dragon Seal family. Naturally, there's no need to say more. Another expert in white robes lightly smiled. His name was Huang Yu, and he was also an elder. That newcomer called Nye Li is also pretty good. He's already ranked 16th on the Saint Soul board. Nanmen Tianhai lightly smiled. Indeed, the 2 that came from the tiny world this year are pretty good. Even Xiao Yu seems to have made a breakthrough. Huang Yu lightly smiled as he said, "What's even rarer is that Nye Li still has such an outstanding performance without a powerful backing like the Dragon Seal family. In a year's time, the East District will have a few more geniuses." They were constantly paying attention to the Sky Soul Institute's situation and knew the performances of all the geniuses like the back of their hands. Nye Li and Lu Piao had undoubtedly entered their sights and had become targets that could be heavily nurtured. Within the Saint Soul, Ground Xiao Yu, Nye Li, and Lu Piao were concentrating on their cultivation. The spiritual eye could greatly increase their strength. Furthermore, the amount of time they could stay in the spiritual eye was extremely limited. Even the top 20 experts on the Saint Soul board could only stay in the Saint Soul grounds for 3 days a month at most. Below the altar, on the 55th step, Huang Ying's eyes sparkled as she stared at Xiao Yu in the distance. Indeed, I didn't misjudge him. Big brother Xiao Yu's talent is the strongest. Huang Ying's face was completely red. How could she have the slightest intention of cultivating? Her heart had completely drifted to Xiao Yu. Yan Hao raised his head to look at Xiao Yu, then angrily glanced at Huang Ying. He walked up the steps, 1 step at a time. When he reached the 56th step, he couldn't take another step. How could I lose to that trash Xiao Yu? Yan Hao was extremely angry as he continued to forcefully walk up. However, when his foot reached the 57th step, a boundless rebounding force violently surged towards him. Boom! Yan Hao felt his soul realm suffer an extremely strong impact. He instantly spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body was sent flying and heavily landed on the ground in the distance. This was the result of not having enough strength and forcefully going against the heavenly Tao. Yan Hao clenched his fists and heavily pounded them on the ground. However, no matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. The other disciples on the nearby steps couldn't help showing a trace of sympathy when they saw Yan Hao violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was the result of trying to show off. If his talent wasn't strong enough, then he should just focus on cultivating. He actually wanted to forcefully walk up. Look, that's Jin Yan. Wow, even the top 10 ranker, Long Yuan, has come in. Everyone's gazes were instantly focused on the entrance of the Saint Soul grounds. Their gazes were instantly attracted by Long Yuan. However, after a brief moment, they immediately shifted their gazes and lowered their heads to cultivate, afraid that they would be discovered by Long Yuan. Long Yuan ignored the surrounding people as she walked up the steps. Her gaze fell onto Xiao Yu and Nye Li, who were cultivating. These 2 actually wanted to challenge her position. She definitely wouldn't give Xiao Yu and Nye Li any chance. She wanted to show Xiao Yu and Nye Li who the real genius was. Jin Yan, who was beside her, glanced at Long Yuan. He never imagined that Long Yuan would also come. Thinking of Long Yuan's terrifying talent, Jin Yan couldn't help feeling a little helpless. He was confident that he could ruthlessly trample on Nye Li. However, facing the valiant Long Yuan, he didn't even have the slightest desire to compete for her position. Nye Li calmly cultivated as his connection with the heavens and earth became smoother and smoother. The vine was like a whirlpool as it continuously absorbed heavenly energy. At this moment, the two disciples, who were cultivating not far from Nye Li, couldn't help knitting their brows as they opened their eyes. Sitting beside Nye Li and cultivating, they could sense that the surrounding heavenly energy had thinned a little. They couldn't help looking at Nye Li in shock. Just how did this fellow cultivate? Isn't he a little too abnormal? The surrounding heavenly energy was practically being sucked dry by Nye Li. If they continued to cultivate here, their cultivation speed would definitely be greatly affected. The two disciples stood up and distanced themselves from Nye Li, so that they wouldn't be affected by Nye Li. Nye Li could sense that his cultivation was constantly rising. He was already equivalent to a 5-star legend rank. After coming to the Draconic Ruins realm, his cultivation speed was dozens of times faster than when he was in the tiny world. If he continued to cultivate for another month, he might even have the opportunity to condense his fate soul and make a breakthrough into the heavenly fate realm. As his soul realm calmly circulated, Nye Li suddenly felt a trace of overbearing aura. Raising his head, he saw Long Yuan walking towards him. Long Yuan's beautiful face was like an unmelting ice with a dense aura emanating from her eyes. Why is this woman here? Thinking of his master being forced to death by Long Yuan in his previous life, Nye Li's heart sank as a trace of enmity flashed through his eyes. However, in this life, such a thing would never happen again. As for Long Yuan, she would also be thrown far away and forgotten by them. She would never be able to cause any ripples in their lives. Nye Li could do as his master had said in his previous life. He wouldn't take revenge on Long Yuan. However, he wouldn't give Long Yuan any chances. Nye Li would make himself extremely powerful, so powerful that Long Yuan would never be able to reach him. After that, he would make that woman, Long Yuan, scram as far away as possible. There are a lot of beautiful female characters in the book. This is very normal. Which female cultivator doesn't want to make themselves more beautiful? I feel that it's normal for there to be many female characters in the book. In this world, there are only men and women. Even if there aren't half of the women, there should be at least 2/5. Not every beauty that appears will be accepted into the harem. These beauties have friends, opponents, and enemies. Everyone will have their own fate. Chapter 280. Long Yuan walked up the stairs step by step until she reached the same step as Nye Li. She lowered her head and swept a glance at Nye Li. She sneered and said, "I didn't expect you to actually be able to reach this position. However, with your lowly status, reaching this point should be your limit, right?" Long Yuan's words were filled with ridicule towards Nye Li. Hearing Long Yuan's words, Nye Li was finally angered by Long Yuan. "Long Yuan, do you think that you're a genius? That you're amazing? If it wasn't for the huge amount of cultivation resources provided by your family, you're nothing. Just as you said, the Dragon Seal family can turn trash into geniuses. Without the Dragon Seal family, you're no different from trash." Long Yuan didn't expect that Nye Li would actually dare to scold her like this. "You dare to say that I'm trash?" Long Yuan's eyes were filled with a cold, murderous aura as she swept a glance at Nye Li. Since young, no one had ever dared to say that she, Long Yuan, was trash. Long Yuan, putting aside the family behind you, you're a complete and utter trash. Do you think that the Blood Dragon Meridians are amazing? Hee, in my eyes, the Blood Dragon Meridians are no different from trash. Nye Li sneered. Long Yuan's aloof manner filled Nye Li with rage. Originally, with Nye Li's temperament, Nye Li wouldn't be so easily angered. However, Nye Li recalled the malicious words that Long Yuan and the others had said to his master in his previous life. "Why wouldn't I dare to scold you? Others may fear your status, but I, Nye Li, am not afraid of you. A venomous woman like you should have your tongue cut out and thrown into a frying pan." Nia Li said coldly. How dare you call me a poisonous woman? Long Yuan's face was livid. Pointing at Nia Li, she said, How dare you insult me like this? I'll exterminate your entire clan. Long Yuan had never been spoken to in such a manner before. Everyone looked at her with reverence and fear in their eyes. She'd long since gotten used to looking down on people her age. When had anyone ever used such vile words to scold her like Nia Li did? Long Yuan, for a person like you who looks fierce on the outside but is weak on the inside, you are only fit to use the power of your family. Apart from your family, you're just trash. What genius! What a joke! Fight me one-on-one if you have the balls. So what if he's ranked 10th on the Saint Soul board? Very soon, I will tell you that what you are so proud of is just a joke. Long Yuan was so angry that her chest kept heaving up and down. This was the first time she had been so infuriated. All you can do is flaunt your sharp tongue. I will show you just how big the gap between us is. One-on-one? Haha, what a joke. No one has ever dared to speak to me, Long Yuan, in such a manner. I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Long Yuan angrily glared at Nia Li as she tightly clenched her fist. If you lose, I will give you 3 lashes. Do you dare? Nia Li hadn't even reached the heavenly fate realm. 3 lashes from Long Yuan could directly take Nia Li's life. Why wouldn't I dare? I'll return the same words to you. With today as the limit, if you lose, I will also give you 3 lashes. Nia Li stared at Long Yuan with narrowed eyes that contained a dense chill. Do you dare? Although Nia Li knew that Long Yuan had the blood dragon's bloodline, 3 lashes wouldn't be able to do anything to Long Yuan. But for a woman like Long Yuan, 3 lashes was undoubtedly more painful than death. What a joke, I will lose. Long Yuan coldly laughed. Do you dare? Nia Li coldly stared at Long Yuan. Looking at Nia Li's sharp eyes, how could Long Yuan admit defeat? She snorted and said, Why wouldn't I dare? I will wait for you up here. With that, Long Yuan walked up the stairs. 126, 127. With every step up, the rejection from the heavenly Tao became stronger. Xiao Yu looked at Nia Li, then looked at Long Yuan. A trace of worry flashed across his eyes. He didn't know how Nia Li had provoked this woman. If Long Yuan gave Nia Li 3 lashes, it would definitely take Nia Li's life. He furrowed his brows and looked at Nia Li. Nia Li didn't seem like such a rash person. Very quickly, news of the bet between Nia Li and Long Yuan spread throughout the entire Saint Soul grounds. What? That kid, Nia Li, actually agreed to such a bet? That's right, that kid, Nia Li, really doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to surpass Long Yuan before today. 199 steps. When 120 steps are reached, every step will undoubtedly be as difficult as ascending the heavens. That kid, Nia Li, is too arrogant and conceited. 3 lashes from Long Yuan will definitely take that kid's life. More and more people gathered outside the Saint Soul grounds. They all wanted to see how the bet between Nia Li and Long Yuan would turn out. At this moment, somewhere in the Sky Soul Institute, Namen Tianhai and Huang, you had been paying attention to the situation in the Saint Soul grounds. When they heard about the bet, a trace of seriousness flashed across their faces. Nanmen Tianhai furrowed his brows and said, Although that kid, Nia Li's talent isn't bad, he doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. How can he afford to offend the Dragon Seal family? If he loses, Long Yuan's 3 whips will probably take his life. If he wins, aside from humiliating Long Yuan, he won't gain anything. Instead, he'll offend the Dragon Seal family. Nanmen Tianhai couldn't help furrowing his brows. Huang Yu sighed. It's unavoidable for a youngster to be a little impulsive. Long Yuan is too arrogant. I'm afraid she might have said something that angered him. They couldn't help but wonder what the final outcome of this matter would be. If things got out of hand, then they'd have to step in. At this moment, within the Saint Soul grounds, Long Yuan walked all the way to the 129th step before she stopped. At this point, she was no longer able to take another step forward. She turned her head and coldly swept a glance at Niali, then sat down on the steps. Every step above the 120 step was extremely difficult. Any genius that had reached this level would find it extremely difficult to take even a single step forward. Long Yuan felt that if she cultivated a little more, she'd be able to reach the 130th step. She'd be able to enter the 9th place on the Saint Soul board. Nie Li was simply dreaming if he wanted to surpass her today. Back when she first arrived at the Saint Soul grounds, she'd stopped at the 125th step. However, after 2 to 3 months of cultivation, she'd only managed to take 4 steps forward. At this moment, Nie Li continued to refine his heavenly energy and took another step forward, stepping onto the 122nd step. At the sight of this, the hearts of the people watching from afar trembled. Nie Li's already made a move? He'd actually taken another step? One must know that every step on the 120 step was extremely difficult. This was because it represented the limit of the heavenly fate realm and the heavenly law. Those that hadn't reached the heavenly star realm could only reach the 138th step at most. That was the limit of the geniuses of the Sky Soul Institute in the past few thousand years. Everyone's eyes were glued to the contest between the two geniuses. He actually took another step. But so what? The first time I came here, I was already standing on the 125th step. The corner of Long Yuan's mouth twitched as she coldly snorted. She quietly condensed her heavenly energy and forcefully stepped onto the 130th step. The powerful rebound caused Long Yuan's soul realm to bear an enormous pressure. It felt as if it was about to explode. However, Long Yuan still clenched her teeth and stepped onto the 130th step. The rankings on the Saint Soul board had changed once again. Long Yuan's ranking had changed from 10th to 9th. The spectators in front of the ancient tablet were instantly in an uproar. Heavens! Long Yuan's ranking has moved up again. She's now 9th place. As a newcomer, she's simply too amazing. It looks like Nie Li is destined to lose. This level isn't that easy to reach. Long Yuan was undoubtedly the most dazzling genius in recent years. Normally, newcomers wouldn't be able to reach such a high position in just a few months. Nie Li had actually made such a bet with Long Yuan. He really didn't know what he was talking about. How could that level be reached just because someone said so? Jin Yen stood on the 119th step. He was no longer able to take another step forward. There were several times when he wanted to take another step forward, but his soul realm couldn't bear the terrifying pressure. He raised his head to look at Long Yuan and Nie Li's backs as his eyes were filled with jealousy. It's fine if he couldn't beat Long Yuan, but why couldn't he beat Nie Li? He was extremely unwilling in his heart. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only stop here. He could only look at Nie Li and Long Yuan's backs from afar. He absolutely didn't believe that Nie Li could beat Long Yuan. Long Yuan's level simply wasn't something humans could reach. It was simply impossible for Nie Li to surpass Long Yuan. Xiao Yu also looked at Nie Li worriedly. She didn't know why Nie Li would agree to such a bet. Nie Li furrowed his brows for a brief moment. When he reached the 122nd step, he could already feel a powerful pressure. Just like what my master said in my previous life, the evil energy in my body is too heavy. Although heaven and earth can accommodate all living things and can accommodate everyone's evil energy, it's still too difficult to obtain the approval of the heavenly Tao. Nie Li thought to himself. Of course, the 122nd step wasn't his limit. If he stopped at the 122nd step, wouldn't he have lived 2 lives in vain? Nie Li stood on the 122nd step with his eyes slightly closed. He began to operate the Heavenly God cultivation technique. Heavenly God cultivation technique was a powerful cultivation technique that could communicate with heaven and earth. Heavenly God cultivation techniques, first chapter. The heavenly Tao is clear. The heavens can cover it, but cannot contain it. The earth can contain it, but cannot cover it. The great Tao can contain it, but cannot distinguish it. Know that all living things can and cannot. Nya Li muttered the heavenly God cultivation techniques, first chapter. With Nya Li as the center, a majestic aura spread out in all directions. P.S. For the next period of time, the updates will not be very stable. However, there will still be 2 updates per day. If it affects everyone's reading, please forgive me. Chapter 281. The surrounding heavenly energy seemed to be affected by Nya Li as it circulated in a mysterious manner. Long Yuan, who was cultivating on the 130th step, suddenly sensed something. She opened her eyes and looked at Nya Li in puzzlement. She could sense that the surrounding heavenly energy was extremely chaotic. Just what was Nya Li doing? At this moment, Xiao Yu and the rest couldn't help casting their gazes over to Nya Li. Nya Li had completely sunk into a mysterious state. At this moment, he seemed to have fused with his surroundings, to the point that they couldn't even sense Nya Li's aura. Just what's going on? Long Yuan furrowed her brows as a smear of worry flashed across her beautiful face. She felt that the current Nya Li was a little strange. Nya Li carefully sensed his surroundings. Although there's still a vicious aura around me, my understanding of heavenly energy isn't something that you guys can compare to. Nya Li opened his eyes as a divine light flashed across them. He raised his head and looked at Long Yuan as he continued to fuse with the surrounding heavenly energy and took a step forward. Buzz! With Nya Li's feet as the center, a majestic energy surged out in all directions. Outside the Saint Soul grounds, everyone raised their heads to look at the Saint Soul board as they discussed. I'm afraid that Long Yuan is already the most outstanding genius among this batch of newcomers. The others are far inferior to her. Yeah, with her current strength, she's actually ranked 9th on the Saint Soul board. That's truly amazing. That Nya Li actually challenged Long Yuan. He really doesn't know what's good for him. As they were discussing, the rankings on the Saint Soul board changed. Nya Li's name went from 16th to 15th. Although it was only a single rank, it immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. That kid actually went up another rank? Within the top 20, the competition for the rankings was very intense. It's already extremely difficult for him to take another step forward. But Nya Li actually managed to advance another rank in just one day. He had reached the 15th place. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to say anything else. Regardless of whether Nya Li won or lost today, Nya Li was an existence beyond their reach. What right did they have to criticize Nya Li? Before the crowd could calm down, they saw Nya Li's ranking, from 15 to 14. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the Saint Soul board, nearly suffocating. The entire plaza was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping to the ground could be heard. What was going on? In such a short period of time, Nya Li's ranking had advanced by 2 places. Could it be that Nya Li was really going to surpass Long Yuan today? From their point of view, it was something that was impossible to achieve. However, at this moment, they couldn't be sure if a miracle would happen. Previously, they felt that Nya Li was extremely arrogant and overconfident when he challenged Long Yuan. However, in such a short period of time, Nya Li had advanced by 2 places, causing everyone to shut their mouths. At the very least, Nya Li was closing in on Long Yuan bit by bit. Would Nya Li be able to create a miracle? Everyone couldn't help feeling suffocated. At the end of the square, there was a chair quietly placed on the ground, and a man dressed in white robes. A beautiful girl with pale cheeks raised her head to look at the Saint Soul board in the distance. A youth was quietly standing beside her. These 2 people were the siblings, Gulan and Gubei. I never imagined that Nya Li's talent would be so astonishing. On his first day in the Saint Soul grounds, He's already ranked 14th on the Saint Soul board. This kind of talent isn't inferior to Long Yuan's. When Long Yuan first entered the Saint Soul grounds, she also had a similar ranking. The white-clothed girl looked at the Saint Soul board. She muttered, although the white-clothed girl was sitting on the wheelchair with a pale face, like a weak willow in the wind. She was still breathtakingly beautiful. Quite a few people in the distance cast their stunned gazes over. However, when they saw the Gu clan's purple gold emblem on Gulan's sleeve, they immediately left. The Gu clan wasn't something that they could afford to provoke. Gu Bei looked into the distance and said, Brother Nye Li is the one that I can't see through the most out of all the people I've met. I feel that he's still hiding a lot of his talents and abilities. The figure of that mysterious youth flashed through her mind. Indeed, she could feel that Nye Li was still hiding a lot of things. Suddenly, Gulan saw a few people in the distance. After a brief silence, she said, Little brother, let's go back. Aren't we going to see the final result? Gu Bei asked Gulan in puzzlement. After all, he was rather looking forward to the result of Nye Li's challenge against Long Yuan. Gulan shook her head as she glanced into the distance and said, They're here as well. Gu Bei followed Gulan's gaze and saw a figure in the distance. It was a youth wearing embroidered clothes and a crown on his head. That person was Gu Heng, the current first-in-line successor of the Gu clan. His talent wasn't much different from Gulan's before she fell ill, making him a formidable opponent for Gulan. Behind Gu Heng were a dozen youths, all of whom were from the Gu clan. Elder sister, I'll send you back. A cold light flashed through Gu Bei's eyes as she calmly said. The news of Nye Li's challenge against Long Yuan had quickly spread, and Gu Heng was one of the people who was interested. Long Yuan was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the Dragon Seal clan. To be able to challenge Long Yuan without any background, Gu Heng was undoubtedly someone he could recruit. Gu Heng's gaze swept through the crowd and noticed Gulan and Gu Bei, who were about to leave. An imperceptible sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth as he walked towards Gulan and Gu Bei. He smiled and said, Isn't this Cousin Gulan and Cousin Gu Bei? Are you also here to watch the fun? Gu Bei's gaze slightly froze. Then she smiled and said, That's right, I didn't expect Cousin Gu Heng to also come. I heard that something interesting happened here, so my elder sister and I came to take a look. Gulan lowered her head in silence. Her white, lily-white hands tightly grasped the armrest of the chair, and she didn't say anything. Gu Heng glanced at Gulan, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After a moment, he said with a compassionate expression, Cousin Gulan still hasn't recovered from her illness? It's really a pity. With Cousin Gulan's talent, she could have definitely become the #1 person in our Gu clan. Gu Bei, your elder sister is now a cripple. You have to take good care of her. A trace of anger flashed in Gulan's eyes, but she quickly hid it. In the past, she was radiant, and she couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes. But ever since she fell ill, she had learned to endure. Many thanks for Cousin Gu Heng's concern. Elder sister's illness hasn't improved, so I brought her out to relax. Gu Bei sighed. Although she was angry that Gu Heng called her elder sister a cripple, she still endured it. Gu Heng glanced at Gulan, but Gulan kept her head down and didn't say a word. Sure enough, after this woman was crippled, she no longer had the will to fight. Since you're here, there's no harm in leaving after watching the fun. Gu Heng said with a fake smile, I heard that there's a young genius who can contend with Long Yuan. I'm very interested. Gu Bei weighed the pros and cons for a brief moment before she nodded her head. Since that's the case, then many thanks for Cousin Gu Heng's good intentions. We can leave after watching the fun. Although Gulan's meridians were blocked, and she was no different from a cripple, when Gulan and Gu Bei's parents were still alive, they had a lot of prestige. Several elders of the Gu clan had taken good care of Gulan and Gu Bei. Therefore, although Gu Heng's words were sharp, he couldn't do anything to Gulan and Gu Bei. The few of them quietly stood as they raised their heads to look at the Saint Soul board. Aside from the Gu clan, the Dragon Seal family, and the Ashen Flames family also had people watching from outside the Saint Soul grounds. It was Nia Li's first time entering the Saint Soul grounds, but he was already ranked 14th on the Saint Soul board. This was enough to prove Nia Li's talent. If they could recruit such a genius, it would be extremely beneficial for those families. Inside the Saint Soul grounds, Nia Li had no idea that he had already caused such a huge wave. He was still sensing the heavenly energy and communicating with the heavens and earth. As time passed, Nia Li could sense that the first part of the heavenly god cultivation technique was circulating more and more smoothly. Indeed, he had to come to the Draconic Ruins realm to truly display the might of the heavenly god cultivation technique. Nia Li had already reached the 125th step. Seeing Nia Li getting closer and closer, Long Yuan felt a pressing threat for the first time. On the first day, Nia Li had already reached the 125th step. He was already at the same level as when she first entered the Saint Soul grounds. Since young, Long Yuan had always told herself that she wanted to be the strongest and surpass everyone her age. Even if it was a man, she would still ruthlessly trample them beneath her feet. Long Yuan coldly stared at Nia Li. Nia Li was the strongest opponent she had ever faced in her life. However, she would never admit defeat. She was the Dragon Seal family's Long Yuan. She would not lose to anyone her age. Nia Li stopped at the 125th step. He raised his head and looked at Long Yuan. I heard that you stood here on your first day in the Saint Soul grounds. Looks like your talent is only SOO. The 125th step is very easy to reach. Nia Li didn't mind provoking Long Yuan at this moment. Long Yuan's face was ashen as she clenched her fists. She furiously glared at Nia Li. Just because you're able to reach the 125th step doesn't mean that you can surpass me today. If you can't surpass me, then just wait for my 3 lashes. You don't have to worry about that. You should worry about yourself first. I'm still thinking about where I should land those 3 lashes. It's such a pity for someone as beautiful as you. However, I won't show any mercy to women who are beautiful, but have hearts like snakes and scorpions. Nia Li's gaze swept across Long Yuan's face, chest, waist, and other areas as a trace of a malicious sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 282. Feeling Nia Li's invasive gaze sweep over her face, chest, and other places, Long Yuan couldn't help but have a strange feeling. It was as if she was standing naked in front of Nia Li. She had never been examined by anyone like this before. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. They never would have thought that Nia Li would actually speak to Long Yuan like this. There was actually someone who dared to provoke the demoness Long Yuan like this. Xiao Yu couldn't help but be filled with worry. He was worried that if Nia Li really angered Long Yuan, the consequences would be very serious. He didn't understand why Nia Li would target Long Yuan like this. It was as if he was filled with a deep hatred. Long Yuan's background was deep. He could endure it, and it would be over. As for Lu Piao, she secretly gave Nia Li a thumbs up. A woman like Long Yuan should be ruthlessly suppressed. Otherwise, Long Yuan would really think that she was number 1 in the world. Long Yuan was furious. Who would dare to be so presumptuous in front of her? Nia Li's gaze made her feel as if her entire body was being pierced by needles. Lecher, I'm going to gouge out your eyes. Long Yuan, do you think that I'm interested in you? Don't think too highly of yourself. Although you come from an illustrious family and have outstanding talent, in my eyes, you're nothing. For a woman like you, even if you stripped naked and stood in front of me, I'm sorry, I still wouldn't be interested. A woman with a heart as vicious as a scorpion. No matter how good-looking she looks, she can't hide the ugliness in her heart, Nia Li said with extreme contempt. Thinking back to the malicious words that Long Yuan had said to his master in his previous life, Nia Li was just returning the favor. Thinking of his master who had died a wrongful death in his previous life, Nya Li's heart was filled with anger. Long Yuan clenched her fists tightly as a powerful aura was unleashed toward Nya Li. Lowly commoner, you actually dare to say such things to me? I'll kill you. Long Yuan was on the verge of going berserk. She had probably made her move long ago. Long Yuan, your only sense of superiority is your background. What genius! What a joke! Nya Li sneered as he glanced at Long Yuan. Under the pressure of Long Yuan's aura, he still appeared calm and indifferent. Long Yuan had a very high opinion of herself and looked down on everyone, including those from ordinary aristocratic families. They were just a bunch of lowly people. Long Yuan gradually calmed down. She didn't understand why she was so easily angered by Nya Li. In the past, no one of the same age as her could make her look twice. Perhaps it was because the talent that Nya Li had displayed threatened her, causing her to faintly feel threatened. That's why she was so furious. I want to see. How are you going to surpass me today? If you can't surpass me, I'll make you die. Long Yuan's body emitted a chilling, killing intent. Then watch carefully. A cold light flashed across Nya Li's eyes. Not only will I surpass you, I'll also tell you that everything that you're relying on is so laughable. Do you think you're worthy of being so arrogant? Nya Li's voice faded. The heavenly god cultivation technique in his soul realm was already circulating at an extremely fast speed. Boom! 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 A series of powerful explosions erupted from beneath Nya Li's feet. The majestic heavenly energy seemed to want to throw the surrounding people away. This terrifying aura caused the surrounding people's faces to change slightly. Xiao Yu and Lu Piao also looked at Nya Li in shock. The others couldn't help but be indescribably shocked. Nya Li, who was in the center of the explosions, had his robes fluttering without any wind, like a deity. What kind of terrifying power was this? Even Long Yuan couldn't help but be moved. Nya Li slowly and steadily walked up. 126th step. 127th step. Looking at them posing, Nya Li walking step by step, Long Yuan felt that her breathing was about to stop. She could feel a suffocating pressure from Nya Li's body. This aura was even more powerful than the surrounding heavenly energy. Long Yuan couldn't help taking a step back before stabilizing her footsteps. Why? Why was Nya Li able to give her such a terrifying pressure when he hadn't even reached the heavenly fate realm? He was even more powerful than a 5-fate heavenly fate realm expert. What Long Yuan didn't know was that the pressure she felt wasn't from Nya Li's own strength, but from the heavenly energy that Nya Li had obtained by communicating with the spiritual eye. The heavenly energy around the spiritual eye was extremely dense. Under Nya Li's control, it was able to explode with such frightening power. 128th step, 129th step. Step by step, Nya Li arrived at the 130th step and stood on the same step as Long Yuan. He swept a glance at Long Yuan and sneered. 130th step is only SOSO. Long Yuan stared blankly at Nya Li. She had always been proud of her own talent. In her opinion, it was impossible for anyone of the same age to surpass her. However, all of her pride had been heavily smashed onto the ground. Nya Li coldly looked down at her. The disgust in his eyes made her feel like she was the trash on the ground. Nya Li retracted his gaze from Long Yuan and didn't take another look at Long Yuan. Instead, he walked towards the 131st step. Asterisk bang. Asterisk when Nya Li's foot landed on the ground. His deep voice caused the hearts of the surrounding disciples to tremble. That was the 131st step. Outside the Saint Soul grounds, the place was in an uproar. On the Saint Soul board, Nya Li's ranking had completely replaced Long Yuan's, reaching the 9th place. No one dared to believe his ranking on the Saint Soul board. That's impossible, that Nya Li actually managed to take down Long Yuan. That's too unimaginable. A person from the tiny world actually managed to defeat Long Yuan of the Dragon Seal family, who possesses the Blood Dragon bloodline. No one dared to believe it. However, the name on the Saint Soul board was clearly displayed before them, so they had no choice but to believe it. Amongst the younger generation, Long Yuan was a legend, and now a new legend had been born. Furthermore, this legend was even stronger than Long Yuan and even more shocking. Because Long Yuan was a member of the Dragon Seal family, she had enjoyed an unimaginable amount of cultivation resources since she was young. Everything she had was unattainable for ordinary people. On the other hand, Nya Li only came from the tiny world. He didn't have any background, nor did he have an enormous amount of cultivation resources for Nya Li to use. However, Nya Li still managed to reach such a frightening level. Long Yuan looked at Nya Li's back. At this moment, Nya Li didn't even turn around to look at her. He continued to ascend step by step. 132nd step, 133rd step. Nya Li's footsteps were slow but steady, forming a miraculous resonance with the surrounding heavenly energy. At the 136th step, Nya Li finally felt an irresistible pressure. Only then did he stop. He entered into a profound state and finally decided not to proceed any further. Long Yuan blankly stared at Nya Li's back. There was a difference of 6 steps. However, these 6 steps were like a heavenly chasm. It was a domain that she couldn't reach. She had always felt that her talent was the strongest, but at this moment her pride, her dignity, had been ruthlessly shattered by someone else. Facing Nya Li, who had reached the 136th step, she had already lost the courage to challenge him. The man in front of her was like a mountain that was pressing down on her head, making it hard for her to breathe. She had always prided herself as a genius, but just as Nya Li had said, she was nothing. Compared to Nya Li, she was far too inferior. She tightly clenched her fists as her emotions were complicated. Was this unwillingness? She couldn't explain it. At this moment, Lu Piao and Xiao Yu were dumbfounded as they stared at Nya Li's lofty back. They never imagined that Nya Li would actually reach the 136th step in a single breath, ruthlessly trampling Long Yuan beneath his feet, leaving no room for negotiation. Facing the 6 steps in front of her, Long Yuan didn't even have the will to take half a step forward. The surrounding Sky Soul Institute disciples were all dumbfounded as they stared at Nya Li's back. Was that person in front of them really a newcomer this year? He'd actually reached the 138th step? That was too frightening. How could they still live? Outside the Saint Soul grounds, the spectating students were in an uproar as they blankly stared at the Saint Soul board. On the Saint Soul board, Nya Li's name had already reached the 3rd position. One must know that Nya Li was a newcomer this year and hadn't even reached the Heavenly Fate realm. Yet his ability to communicate with the Heavenly Tao had already reached such a level. If he reached the Heavenly Fate realm, how powerful would he be? The stronger one's ability to communicate with the Heavenly Tao, the faster one's cultivation would be. It could be predicted that Nya Li wouldn't need long to reach the Heavenly Fate realm. Once he reached the Heavenly Fate realm, his cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds, reaching an unimaginable level. Gu Bei and Gu Lan exchanged glances and couldn't help revealing deep shock on their faces. They'd underestimated Nya Li too much. Nya Li's talent had completely surpassed Long Yuan's. He'd become the most dazzling genius amongst the new batch of students. Even Gu Bei couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. Even he couldn't compare to Nya Li. Gu Heng's eyes flickered as he stared at the Saint Soul board. Even he couldn't help feeling a deep jealousy towards Nya Li's talent. He had to recruit this person as his subordinate. Gu Heng couldn't help thinking that in his heart as a cold light flashed across his eyes. If I can't recruit him, then I'll destroy him. Otherwise, Gu Heng won't be able to rest easy. At this moment, a fairy-like girl raised her head to look at the Saint Soul board. A trace of astonishment flashed across her eyes. Even she never imagined that Nya Li's talent would be so powerful. However, it was only natural for a person that even she couldn't predict his fate to be so powerful. After interacting with Nyeli and seeing Nyeli's gaze, Inueru had a feeling that she and Nyeli would have some interactions in the future. She took one last look at the Saint Soul board before her figure disappeared into the dense forest at the side. Chapter 283. When Wang Yang, Han Jing, and the rest entered the Saint Soul grounds, they quickly came out. With their talent, they could only reach the 10th or 20th step at most. It was impossible for them to go any higher. When they saw Nye Li's high ranking on the Saint Soul board, every single one of them was dumbfounded. Back in the Saint Soul grounds, they knew how difficult it was to communicate with the heavenly Tao. When Nye Li stood on the high steps, he gave off an unreachable feeling. When they came out, they saw that Nye Li was already ranked 3rd on the Saint Soul board. What did it mean to be ranked 3rd? Even the strongest amongst the newcomers, Long Yuan, was suppressed. Compared to Nye Li, they were simply trash. Everyone couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Of the 5 spots this year, Long Yuan, Jin Yan, and Gu Bei had taken 3. Would they be able to get the remaining 2? Stop Nye Li? What could they do to stop him? They weren't on the same level as Nye Li. Hua Ling looked at the Saint Soul board in annoyance. It was fine if Xiaoyu had climbed so high, but Nye Li had actually climbed even higher than Xiaoyu. He was so high that people could only look up to him, so high that no one had the slightest desire to compete with him. He couldn't help having the urge to vomit blood. Although there were many people in the Little Heaven realm and many of them had decent talent, they were all trash when compared to Nye Li. The depression and discomfort in Hua Ling's heart felt like someone had ruthlessly slapped him in the face. Ranked 3rd. None of the experts that came from the Little Heaven realm had climbed to such a high position on the Saint Soul board. At this moment, the teachers of the Sky Soul Institute, who were paying attention to the Saint Soul grounds, were all shocked. As a newcomer, Nye Li had directly killed his way to 3rd place on the Saint Soul board. That was simply heaven-defying. Such a genius was rarely seen in the past few decades. Nanmen Tianhai pondered for a moment, then looked at Huang Yu and said, "I never thought that Nye Li would give us such a huge surprise." Yeah, he's indeed given us a huge surprise. Entering the top 3 of the Saint Soul board, he's already a target that our Sky Soul Institute needs to protect. As for the Dragon Seal family, we can't touch Nye Li so easily either, said Huang Yu. Nye Li had displayed sufficient shocking talent. On the Sky Soul Institute side, he would protect Nye Li well. At this moment, Venerable Red Soul was also paying attention to the situation at the Saint Soul grounds. Previously, when he condensed the spiritual flame, I already felt that his talent was extraordinary. It's a pity. I've only been his disciple for a year. Venerable Red Soul sighed softly. Nye Li had displayed such amazing talent. He reckoned that he would soon be noticed by various forces. Nye Li didn't know how big of a commotion he had caused outside. At this moment, his cultivation had increased tremendously. It was equivalent to a 5-star legend rank. Traces of refined blood-red soul psyche were also condensed in his soul realm. This psyche is about to condense a life soul. An ordinary person's life soul is colorless. In Nye Li's previous life, he had also condensed a colorless life soul. However, in this life, it was actually a trace of blood red. For the time being, he still couldn't successfully condense it. He would only know what color his life soul would be after he finished condensing it. Therefore, although he felt the peculiarity in his soul realm, Nye Li didn't pay too much attention to it. He opened his eyes and coincidentally met Long Yuan's gaze. Long Yuan had tried countless times to step onto the 131st step. However, the powerful rebound force made it impossible for her to advance. "You've lost." Nye Li looked at Long Yuan. A trace of disgust flashed through his eyes as he said in an indifferent tone. Long Yuan tightly clenched her fists. Although she was unwilling to accept this reality, the truth was right before her eyes. She bit her lips. Traces of blood seeped out from his lips. and there was a dazed look in his light brown eyes. Nye Li had ruthlessly trampled on her pride. If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. Long Yuan took out a whip and threw it at Nye Li. She stubbornly raised her head and looked at Nye Li. Although I've lost today, from now on, I, Long Yuan, will not lose to you again. I, Long Yuan, will not use any power of the Dragon Seal family. I will defeat you fair and square, one-on-one. Nye Li looked at Long Yuan and recalled the events of his previous life. He couldn't help but frown. Although the Long Yuan in front of him was the same woman who forced his master to death in his previous life, the current Long Yuan was only 14 or 15 years old. Although she was overbearing, she was still a little girl. She was still a little different from the vicious woman in his previous life. In this life, when he was reborn, the matter of his master being forced to death would not happen again. For a woman like Long Yuan, he would teach her a lesson and make her scram as far away as possible. Nye Li took the whip and looked at Long Yuan. He waved the whip and was ready to strike down. But at this moment, his mind recalled the words of his master. The highest virtue is like water. Water benefits all things and does not compete. Those grudges, let it vanish into thin air. His master's earnest teachings, Nye Li in his previous life had completely forgotten them. After his master died in his previous life, although he did not kill Long Yuan, he still turned the Dragon Seal family upside down. However, after experiencing 2 lifetimes, the 100-year-old vicious woman from his previous life has turned into a 14 or 15-year-old girl. Although she's still as arrogant and overbearing as before, the killing intent in Nye Li's heart has been slowly lowered. Anyway, after he was reborn, Long Yuan could not threaten his master anymore. Nye Li put down the whip and looked at Long Yuan. His voice was indifferent as he said, "You can leave. I have no interest in these 3 whips. You are not worthy for me to make a move." "You!" Long Yuan widened her eyes and stared at Nye Li. She was so angry that her face turned pale. Nye Li's words were a complete insult to her. In Nye Li's heart, she did not even have the qualifications to be Nye Li's opponent. Nye Li threw the whip on Long Yuan's body and slowly walked down. He did not look at Long Yuan again. This was naked contempt. "You're not allowed to leave." Long Yuan blocked Nye Li and stared at Nye Li. Nye Li frowned and said in a deep voice, "I have no interest in wasting time with you here. Move aside." Long Yuan's expression was stubborn as she threw the whip in her hand up and stared coldly at Nye Li. "I'm willing to bet and I'm willing to lose. These 3 whips of yours, even if you don't want to, you have to. After these 3 whips, I, Long Yuan, will challenge you to return these 3 whips. I, Long Yuan, mean what I say. If there is enmity, I will take revenge. If there is resentment, I will complain. Today, you have scolded me and humiliated me. I will return all of it." Long Yuan's character was no different from her previous life. Nye Li had a deep hatred for her. "Since you took the initiative to request it, then I won't be polite." Nye Li grabbed the whip in Long Yuan's hand and coldly stared at Long Yuan. He loudly scolded, "Long Yuan, who do you think you are? You are a genius, and so amazing that you can treat others like ants? You don't have the slightest bit of benevolence in your heart. You see human life as grass. If you don't get what you want, you will kill them at every turn. For a person like you, calling you a poisonous woman is too late." Nye Li's resentment from his previous life was all vented out. Is the Dragon Seal family that amazing? If the Dragon Seal family is really amazing, why don't they go fight to the death with the Yaoshan sect? Other than suppressing the geniuses in the clan, what's the use? It's better to just destroy such a family, lest the Hagami Union be destroyed by your hands. Nye Li angrily rebuked Long Yuan. Hearing Nye Li's words, the surrounding disciples of the Sky Soul Institute couldn't help feeling carefree. Indeed, in the Hagami Union, the strict hierarchy made it hard for them to breathe. Even if they had resentment towards the Dragon Seal family, they didn't dare to show it. However, today, Niali had directly scolded them. As for you, you think you're a genius, but you're just a parasite of the dragon seal family, a parasite of the Hagami Union. You have resources that ordinary people can't even imagine. Just because you have a small achievement in your cultivation, you think everyone else is trash. Niali coldly smiled. In my opinion, those who don't have cultivation resources, but still work hard to climb up one step at a time, are the true geniuses. As for you guys, you're the real trash, the trash that only knows how to consume cultivation resources. Long Yuan was so angry that her face turned pale. She clenched her fists, lowered her head, and didn't say a word. Niali lashed out with his whip, hitting Long Yuan's face and shoulder. This whip is for the Hagami Union disciples that you bullied. Although Long Yuan had the blood of the blood dragon, with this whip, red marks immediately appeared on Long Yuan's fair face and the smooth skin around her neck. Niali's whip contained a powerful inner strength that directly penetrated into Long Yuan's body. Niali lashed out with his whip again, hitting Long Yuan's chest. The clothes on her chest were immediately split open by the whip. The whip marks inside were scarlet and dazzling, and the fair skin on both sides could be vaguely seen. This whip is for me. Previously we had a bet. You wanted to give me 3 whips, so you wanted to kill me. Then I'll give you 1 whip, which is letting you off easy. Niali coldly looked at Long Yuan. This was a complete and utter humiliation. Long Yuan clutched her chest, and her eyes were filled with tears. She stubbornly turned her head, and her back was facing Niali. Originally, I didn't even have the mood to hit you. Hitting you is simply dirtying my hands. But you asked for it. This last whip is for my master. Niali recalled his previous life. His master was hounded to death by Long Yuan, and in the end she died in his arms, asking him to let go of those grudges. Although he had experienced 2 lives, the scars in Niali's heart were still there. Niali waved the whip in his hand and ruthlessly lashed it towards Long Yuan. The whip carried with it a sharp gust of wind, and when it hit Long Yuan's body, it made a crisp paw sound. Wherever the whip went, her clothes were directly torn, from her smooth back to her buttocks. This whip contained the anger in Niali's heart, so it was naturally not light. Although Long Yuan had a strong body, she couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Her beautiful face became a little pale. The 3 whips from Niali were burning. She had never been bullied like this since she was young. Chapter 284. The pain on her body was secondary. Niali's words were like sharp knives that stabbed into her heart. This was the greatest humiliation. Could it be that, in the eyes of others, she was such a vile person? She raised her head and looked at the other students nearby. When those students noticed Long Yuan's gaze directed towards them, they hurriedly lowered their heads or distanced themselves from her. So, in the eyes of others, she was the vicious woman that Niali had spoken of. From Long Yuan's point of view, she only wanted to be stronger than others. So, she was just a disgusting piece of trash. Long Yuan's eyes were filled with tears. Although she was overbearing, she didn't casually kill others. She didn't, and it was impossible for her to kill Niali with just 3 whips. She only wanted to teach Niali a lesson. Why did Niali say that she was such a vicious person? Niali's 3rd whip was the most vicious. Niali had said that it was for his master, but Long Yuan didn't even know who Niali's master was. Long Yuan's heart was filled with grievances. She turned her head, her eyes filled with tears as she raised her head towards Niali. She gritted her teeth and said, "Niali, I hate you." When she finished speaking, Long Yuan wiped the tears from her eyes and leapt down the altar. Niali frowned his brows as he watched Long Yuan's figure disappear from the exit of the Saint Soul grounds. It looked like Long Yuan wasn't going to let this matter rest. However, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. If Long Yuan had any other tricks up her sleeves, he'd just use them on her. In his previous life, Long Yuan had forced his master to his death. In this life, He had finally gotten some justice for his master. If Long Yuan just let it go, then it was fine. Nye Li also didn't want to pursue the grudges from his previous life. If Long Yuan still wanted to pester him, then Nye Li would teach Long Yuan a lesson. Xiao Yu stared blankly at Nye Li for a moment. He felt that Nye Li was a little strange today. Although Long Yuan was overbearing, it wasn't enough to cause such a big reaction from Nye Li. Nye Li should be a very calm person. And Nye Li just said, the third whip was for his master. Who was the master that Nye Li mentioned? Could it be foster father? But foster father didn't have any grudges with Long Yuan. Seeing Long Yuan fly away, Lu Piao retracted her gaze. She gave Nye Li a thumbs up. Nye Li had directly whipped that arrogant girl 3 times. It was too satisfying. Lu Piao couldn't stand Long Yuan's arrogant look. They continued to cultivate in the Saint Soul grounds. The top 10 would be able to stay in the Saint Soul grounds for 3 days, so Nye Li naturally wouldn't waste it. He concentrated on cultivating and consolidating his cultivation in this place. Dragon Seal family, Long Yuan's courtyard. Long Yuan sat in front of the bed, holding a bottle of ointment in her hand. She dipped it into the ointment and slowly applied it on her wounds. There were clear scars on her face and chest. Although she possessed the blood dragon bloodline, Nye Li's whip strength, it was as if it could penetrate her flesh, causing her to feel a burning pain all over. At this moment, she had already changed out of her tight clothes and was wearing a silk dress. Her curvaceous figure could be vaguely seen. When the ointment was applied on her chest, she couldn't help hissing in pain. She felt the greatest humiliation from the places that Nye Li had hit. Nye Li was the first person that dared to treat her like this. Long Yuan's right hand tightly gripped the blanket as she recalled Nye Li's disgusted gaze. It was as if her entire body stank to the point that she didn't even deserve a glance. That feeling of being despised filled her heart with rage. She gritted her teeth and wiped the tears from her face. Then, she slowly wiped the ointment off her back. And Long Yuan's heart trembled from the pain as she couldn't help but groan. The ointment seeped into her wounds. After a long time, Long Yuan finally felt a little better. This kind of burning pain was engraved into her bones. No matter what, she would remember Nye Li as the only person who had whipped her since she was young. She took out another set of purple tight clothes and put on. Under the tight clothes, that hot and sexy figure, matched with her beautiful face, had an indescribable charm. But on her face, there was a scar that had yet to fade. She glanced at the mirror not far away, although she had never cared about her appearance. But there was no doubt that she was very beautiful. If it wasn't for her overbearing personality, it was reckoned that there would be a long queue of people chasing after her. But the scar on her face couldn't be hidden no matter what. She thought of Nye Li's words. No matter how beautiful her appearance was, it couldn't hide the ugliness in her heart. She grabbed something and threw it at the mirror on the opposite side. With a bang, the mirror shattered into pieces. Long Yuan felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. Ever since she was young, this was the first time she had suffered this kind of grievance. After putting on her clothes, Long Yuan walked outside and saw Huyong rushing over from outside the courtyard. What happened to you? I heard that you were beaten by someone. Who was it? I want to exterminate his entire clan. Huyong saw the scar on Long Yuan's face and was instantly unable to restrain his anger. Hearing Huyong's words, Long Yuan was stunned for a moment. Not too long ago, these words were extremely normal to her. If anyone were to hurt her, she would definitely exterminate that person's entire clan. In the past, she felt that this kind of thing was extremely normal. But at this moment, the words that reverberated in her ears were actually the words that Nye Li had insulted her. Easily beating and killing others, treating human life like grass. For a person like you, calling someone like you a vicious woman is light. She suddenly felt a deep sense of disgust towards Huyong's words. Huyong, You don't need to care about my matters. Long Yuan glanced at Hu Yong with disgust. I'm going to continue cultivating. Hurry up and F***CK off. Someone hit you. Aren't you going to take revenge? I'll help you vent your anger. Hu Yong said anxiously. Long Yuan swept a glance at Hu Yong and said coldly, Take revenge? Even I'm not a match for him. How are you going to take revenge on him? Hu Yong said in a low voice, I'll get the experts of my clan to make a move and seek justice for you. Long Yuan glared angrily at Hu Yong. You get the experts of your clan to make a move when you encounter a problem? Are you trash yourself? Putting aside your clan, you're trash yourself. Don't tell me that I, Long Yuan, can't handle it and need a trash like you to do it for me? After being rebuked by Long Yuan, Hu Yong paused for a moment and weakly asked, could it be that the other party's clan is very powerful? Is it the Ashen Flames family? Or is it the Gu clan? Looking at Hu Yong's appearance, a deep sense of disgust arose in Long Yuan's heart. She started to understand why she was detested by others. In the eyes of others, she was just a descendant of an aristocratic family that had countless cultivation resources. Just because she had some achievements in her cultivation, she became arrogant, ridiculing others for their background and treating others with violence. In the eyes of others, she, Long Yuan, relied on the cultivation resources of her clan for her achievements today. It didn't have much to do with her. I don't want to see you scram. Long Yuan angrily cursed at Hu Yong. Seeing that Long Yuan was about to flip out, Hu Yong shrunk his head and retreated. Seeing that Hu Yong had left, Long Yuan's state of mind slowly calmed down. Thinking about Nya Li, who was standing high up on the stairs and looking down at her, Long Yuan thought about many things. In the past, she had always thought that the words she said were for granted. It wasn't until Nya Li's whip hit her body that she carefully reflected on her words and actions. No matter what, I will definitely surpass you. I will return the humiliation I suffered today. Long Yuan sat down and began to condense heavenly energy. Waves of majestic heavenly energy flowed into Long Yuan's body. For some reason, Long Yuan felt that her cultivation speed was much faster than before. The highest virtue is like water, nourishing all things but not competing. Long Yuan recalled ancestral master formless words, and finally had a trace of enlightenment. Saint Soul Grounds. Nya Li was still cultivating, constantly communicating with heaven and earth. He seemed to be one step closer to forming his fate soul in the heavenly fate realm. 1 day, 2 days, 2 days later, Nya Li felt that he'd already stepped on the threshold of the heavenly fate realm. However, it wasn't easy to break through that boundary. Nya Li, I have to go. Lu Piao stood up and looked at Nya Li. He no longer had the time to stay in the Saint Soul Grounds. Let's go out together. Nya Li said. It was impossible for him to break through to the heavenly fate realm in a short period of time. He could only slow down and look for an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Then I'll go with you. Xiao Yu said. Her cultivation speed was fast and she was about to reach for fate. However, for some reason, her ability to communicate with heaven was much inferior to Nya Li's. The three of them walked down the stairs and headed out of the Saint Soul Grounds. The surrounding students watched as Nya Li's group of 3 left. They couldn't help sighing in their hearts. Those 3 freaks had finally left. Cultivating with Nya Li's group of 3 was too much of a blow to their morale. Outside the Saint Soul Grounds, Nya Li's group of 3 had been cultivating for a long time. Most of the onlookers had already dispersed, leaving only a few people behind. Just as Nya Li's group of 3 walked out of the Saint Soul Grounds, a group of people surrounded Nya Li's group of 3, surrounding Nya Li's group in the middle. Nya Li furrowed his brows for a brief moment as he swept a glance at the group of people. There were a total of 10 people in the surroundings. 9 of them were in the heavenly fate realm, while the last one was a youth around the same age as Nya Li. Who are you guys? Xiao Yu cautiously looked at those people, ready to fight at any moment. The youth walked out, and his gaze fell onto Nieli. You're Nieli? That's right. Who are you guys? Why are you looking for me? Li's eyes narrowed. It seemed that the other party was here for him. The youth approached Nieli and coldly snorted. Brat, you're tired of living. A person from the tiny world dares to be so impudent in the Sky Soul Institute. Did Long Yuan send you guys? Li curled his lips in disdain. Chapter 285. This youth was Long Yuan's fiancé Huyong. Li, you actually dared to injure Long Yuan. You're simply courting death. Huyong took a step forward and grabbed Li's collar. You're all from the Dragon Seal family? Li coldly stared at Huyong and the others and snorted. Today, I'll let you die with understanding. My name is Huyong, Long Yuan's fiancé. Huyong angrily glared at Li. Li's fearless appearance made Huyong's heart burn with rage. Long Yuan's fiancé? The fiancé that was crippled by Long Yuan? I never thought that you'd actually stand up for Long Yuan. Lu Piao's eyes glanced at Huyong's crotch and immediately laughed 3 times. Don't think that your threats have any effect on us. Don't think that we don't know the rules of the Sky Soul Institute. If you dare to make a move here, then I'll admire you. Huyong's embarrassment turned into anger as he grabbed Li's collar and fiercely said, Don't think that I won't dare to make a move on you. Then try and make a move. Li indifferently looked at Huyong. Huyong was extremely angry. He'd brought so many Heavenly Fate realm experts with him, so Li wouldn't have any chance to resist. However, these damned rules of the Sky Soul Institute meant that he couldn't make a move inside the Institute. Huyong let go of his hand and looked at Li. A cold light flashed through his eyes as he said, Don't think that because of the Institute's rules I can't do anything to you. You're still too inexperienced to play with me. Hu Tian, bring the 3 of them along. We'll invite our 3 esteemed guests to a secret place to have a good chat. Yes, the corner of Hu Tian's mouth revealed a trace of a sinister smile. 3 young masters, let's go. Although they couldn't kill Li's group of 3 because the Sky Soul Institution would pursue the matter, it was still possible to teach Li's group a lesson. The auras of the 9 Heavenly Fate realm experts suppressed Li and Lu Piao, making it impossible for them to move. They wanted to take Li and the others to a remote corner. However, Xiao Yu wasn't affected in the slightest. He was only a hair's breadth away from 4 Heavenly Fates. However, he didn't move as he was thinking of a countermeasure. He wouldn't be able to deal with so many Heaven's mandate experts by himself. He didn't expect that Huyong would use such a method to get back at him. It seems like you only know how to play these childish tricks. Li glanced at Huyong in disdain. It's just like a fight between children. You punch me and I'll punch you back. How childish. Oh, seeing the disdainful look in Li's eyes, Huyong was infuriated. He felt extremely despised. He snorted, You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Do you think you can take us away today? I don't even need to do anything to deal with you guys. Li crossed his arms in front of his chest as he looked at Huyong with a disdainful smile. The 3 of you haven't even reached the Heavenly Fate realm. If I can't take you away today, then my name will be written backwards. Huyong snorted. He felt that he was already arrogant enough, but he never imagined that Li would be even more arrogant than him. Facing so many people, Li actually dared to talk to him in such a manner. Take the 3 of them away. Just as Huyong finished speaking, a deep voice sounded from behind him. Young Master Hu, I'm afraid that you won't be able to take the 3 of them away. Huyong angrily cursed. I'm going to take the 3 of them away today. Let's see who dares to stop me. He wanted to see who would dare to stand up for Li and the other 2 today. Huyong turned around and couldn't help his eyes from slightly dazing. He saw 2 figures slowly walking towards him. Hu Yong recognized them. One of them was Nanmen Tianhai, while the other was Huang Yu. They were both elders, the upper echelons of the Sky Soul Institute. Even the upper echelons of the Hu clan had to be courteous to them. Furthermore, Hu Yong himself was a disciple of the Sky Soul Institute and was under the Sky Soul Institute's control. Young Master Hu, I'm afraid that the Sky Soul Institute won't allow you to act as you please. These 3 students are the geniuses of the younger generation of our Sky Soul Institute. No one is allowed to take action against them. Even if they make a mistake, they'll be punished by the Sky Soul Institute's enforcement hall. Huang, you looked at Hu Yong and said in a deep voice, Young Master who is also a disciple of the Sky Soul Institute. Whether it's now or in the future, don't blame us for punishing you if you dare to publicly violate the Sky Soul Institute's rules. Hu Yong was extremely depressed. Only now did he understand that he'd been tricked by Nieli. Today, with Nanmen Tianhai and Huang Yu here, he definitely wouldn't be able to make a move against Nieli. Furthermore, with the 2 elders targeting him, he wouldn't be able to do anything in the future. Hu Yong's heart was filled with resentment as he fiercely glared at Nia Li's group of 3. Young Master Hu, you said that if you can't take us away, you'll have to write your names backwards. Lu Piao smiled at Hu Yong. Just you wait, I won't let you have it easy, especially once you reach the heavenly fate realm. Don't even think about stepping out of the Sky Soul Institute. Otherwise, every time you step out, you'll die. Hu Yong angrily scolded. He swept a glance at the 9 heavenly fate realm experts under him and said, Let's go! The group of people fiercely glared at Nia Li's group of 3, then turned around and left. Hu Yong's intention was to wait until they reached the heavenly fate realm and Nia Li's group of 3 left for the outside world to train. Then, they'd make a move against Nia Li's group of 3. However, at that time, Nia Li's fate soul would already be in the Sky Soul Institute's soul hall. If they wanted to fight, then they'd fight. Who was afraid of who? The corner of Nia Li's mouth slightly twitched. He'd never been afraid of anyone. At most, Hu Yong would only obstruct Nia Li's group of 3 while they were cultivating. Hu Yong was thinking too highly of himself if he wanted to stop Nia Li from breaking through to the heavenly star realm. Hu Yong's group had arrived in an awe-inspiring manner, but they left with their tails between their legs. Hu Yong was depressed. Long Yuan had been bullied, and he'd come to stand up for her, only to be snubbed. However, with the 2 elders of the Sky Soul Institute present, they could only leave with their tails between their legs. Nanmen Tianhai and Huang Yu retracted their gazes from Hu Yong and saw Nanmen Tianhai's stern face as he solemnly said, The 3 of you are the same. In the Sky Soul Institute, cultivation is your main priority. Causing trouble everywhere you go is unbecoming. If you dare to be so impudent in the future, then I'll expel you from the Sky Soul Institute. Lord Elder, this isn't our problem. They were the ones who provoked us. Lu Piao immediately cried out in grievance. Why couldn't this elder tell right from wrong? Flies don't bite seamless eggs. If you guys didn't cause trouble, why would trouble find you for no reason? Nanmen Tianhai coldly snorted as his stern gaze swept across the 3 of them. Huang, you gently smiled at Nia Li's group and said, The 3 of you are quite talented and have boundless prospects in the future. Therefore, you have to keep a low profile. The Dragon Seal family and the Hu clan aren't people you can afford to provoke. In the future, it's best for you to bear with them. A little impatience will spoil great plans. Nia Li and Xiao Yu exchanged glances. They were both smart people. One of the elders was playing the good cop, while the other was playing the bad cop. Their intentions were clear. They didn't want them to make life difficult for Long Yuan and Hu Yong's group. Actually, back in the Saint Soul grounds, Nia Li had already calculated that his performance on the Saint Soul board was so dazzling and much stronger than Long Yuan. There was no reason for the higher-ups of the Sky Soul Institute to not know about it. Therefore, Even if he humiliated and taught Long Yuan a lesson, the higher-ups of the Sky Soul Institute would find a way to resolve it. After all, the Sky Soul Institute valued geniuses very highly. As expected, when Huyong came looking for them, the two elders had already appeared. Although the elders were a little inferior to the grand elders, they were still people with some weight in the Hagami Myunmyun. Nia Li was neither servile nor overbearing as he said, "Thank you for your guidance, elders. We won't take the initiative to cause trouble. However, if some people are rude and unreasonable and insist on finding trouble with us, then we can't just bear with it. If we do that, they'll only take a yard after we give them an inch." Nanmen, Tianhai, and Huang Yu exchanged glances and bitterly smiled in their hearts. Geniuses really did have a temper. Nia Li's words were neither soft nor hard. According to Nia Li's intentions, if Long Yuan and Huyong came looking for trouble, Nia Li would still take action. Xiao Yu nodded her head and said, "If some people are rude and unreasonable, then we have the right to defend ourselves. For example, today Huyong and his group wanted to take us to a remote corner to deal with us. If it weren't for the two elders, who knows what the consequences would have been? How could we tolerate such behavior?" Nanmen Tianhai said solemnly, "If someone insists on finding trouble with you, we will naturally help you resolve it. However, my advice is that you all have a bright future ahead of you. Don't waste your energy on internal strife. Our Hagami Myunmyun still has many enemies. You geniuses of the Hagami Myunmyun should be more united." Nia Li had been waiting for these words from Nanmen Tianhai. Since the elders are willing to stand up for us, that's naturally for the best. We can't be bothered to waste our time with those senseless people, Nia Li said with a chuckle. Then we'll be looking forward to your performance. Nanmen Tianhai snorted. The two elders turned around and left. Nia Li watched Nanmen Tianhai and Lu Piao leave. He smiled faintly, glanced at Xiao Yu and Lu Piao and said, "Let's go back. Once the lesson is over, we'll enter the second training ground. With the protection of the two elders, no one should dare to play any tricks in the training ground. Otherwise, the two elders would go back on their words." Hearing Nia Li's words, Xiao Yu couldn't help smiling. Nia Li really knew how to use a chicken feather as an arrow of authority. Nanmen Tianhai and Huang Yu paused their steps. Nanmen Tianhai bitterly smiled as he looked at Huang Yu and asked, "Old Yu, did we fall into that kid's trap?" Huang Yu spread his hands out and said, "That should be the case. That kid definitely calculated it. His performance in the Saint Soul grounds was so eye-catching, so the higher-ups of the Sky Soul Institute would definitely pay attention to him. That's why he was so confident when facing Huyong. I saw the form that Xiao Yu filled out for them. They're only 14 years old, right? After the new year, they'll be 15 at most. They're actually so cunning." Nanmen Tianhai gloomily said, "Long Yuan and Jin Yan are both outstanding amongst the younger generation. But compared to him, they're just a little bit lacking." Chapter 286. Just as Nia Li's group of 3 was about to leave, another group of people walked towards Nia Li's group of 3. Nia Li's eyes slightly narrowed. Sure enough, before the first wave subsides, another wave rises. It looks like I won't be able to have peace in the future. The one leading the group was Gu Bei's cousin, Gu Heng. He walked in front of Nia Li. "You're Nia Li, right?" Gu Heng's face carried a faint smile as he continued. "As a newcomer, you've charged to third place on the Saint Soul board and even ruthlessly trampled on Long Yuan. Truly remarkable. I'm Gu Heng of the Gu family. May I know why you're looking for me?" Hearing Gu Heng's words, Nia Li swept a glance at the group of people behind Gu Heng as his eyes slightly narrowed. Nia Li had never heard of the name Gu Heng before. In his previous life, the strongest person in the younger generation of the Gu family was Gu Bei. "Our young master is the first-in-line successor to the Gu family," a youth proudly said from the side. "First-in-line successor? Did he inherit the Gu family in the end?" Seeing the youth's arrogant appearance, the corner of Nya Li's mouth slightly twitched. It looks like this Gu Heng should be Gu Bei's competitor. Gu Heng waved his hand, indicating for his subordinates to keep quiet. Gu Heng lightly smiled and said, "I've come this time to make friends with you young geniuses." "Making friends is what I love the most. We're friends now." Lu Piao patted her chest as she spoke straightforwardly. Gu Heng's expression froze. Did Lu Piao not understand at all, or did she understand and pretend not to know? Nya Li snickered in his heart. Lu Piao may look like a simple-minded person, but she's actually quite meticulous. He smiled and said, "I think so too. If young Master Gu wants to be friends with us, we'll definitely welcome you. We can call each other friends in the future." Gu Heng's face turned slightly cold. He patted Nya Li's shoulder and said, "I like your character. If there's time, let's go. Come visit our Gu family. Our Gu family will definitely like geniuses like you more than the other aristocratic families. I also like friends like young Master Gu. It's just that we're used to being free and undisciplined. I'm afraid you won't be used to the Gu family," Nya Li said calmly, keeping a distance from Gu Heng. "With your talents, if you have enough resources, you'll be able to step into the heavenly fate realm in less than half a month. Think about it carefully." Hearing Nya Li's words, Gu Heng's eyes flashed with a cold light as he smiled. "Our Gu family's doors will always be open for you." Gu Heng brushed past Nya Li's group of 3 after finishing his words. The surrounding members of the Gu family followed him. Nya Li turned around to look at Gu Heng's back. "Nya Li, this guy wants to recruit us?" Judging from his tone, he's very arrogant. He wants to recruit us, but he acts like he's #1 in the world. He's completely different from Gu Bei. What's his relationship with Gu Bei? Lu Piao furrowed her brows. Gu Bei also seemed to be from the Gu family. "Don't bother with him." Nya Li faintly smiled. "Another self-righteous guy. He wants to recruit us, but he doesn't know if he has the ability to do so. He's only the first-in-line successor to the Gu family. He hasn't even obtained the authority of the Gu family, but he already thinks that the entire Gu family belongs to him." Xiao Yu stood to the side. She hadn't said a word since the beginning. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Nya Li, you have to be careful. You have to be careful. After displaying such astonishing talent on the Saint Soul board, several large families will definitely have their eyes on you. It's fine. Find someone to spread the news. We'll only consider joining a family after we finish our studies in the Sky Soul Institute," Nya Li said. "Just drag it out until we finish our studies. Before we finish our training, those aristocratic families probably won't offend us too much and push us towards other aristocratic families. That's not a bad choice." Xiao Yu pondered. She nodded her head. In the distance, traces of anger still remained on Gu Heng's face. "A few ignorant people. Do they really think that I want to be friends with them? Do they think they're worthy of being friends with me?" Gu Heng coldly laughed. How could he not see the faint rejection in Nya Li's eyes? If they're willing to pledge allegiance to me and be friends with me, that's already giving them a lot of face. If they're not willing to pledge allegiance, do they have the qualifications to be friends with me, Gu Heng? Indeed, those 3 really don't know how to appreciate favors. The youth beside him followed up on Gu Heng's words. So what if he's a genius? In the end, all geniuses will still join a large family. It's impossible for a single person to shake an entire family. Our Gu family can let him live, but we can also let him die. If it wasn't for the Sky Soul Institute's damned rules, he'd already be dead. Gu Heng couldn't help cursing. The power struggle between the various families of the Hagami Mianmian was too intense. Therefore, Gu Heng didn't want to leave too much room for gossip. "Since you're not willing to pledge allegiance to me, then don't even think of cultivating to the heavenly star realm." A chilling light flashed across Gu Heng's eyes. In the Draconic Ruins realm, cultivation was an extremely difficult matter. If one didn't go out to train and relied on their own spiritual stones to cultivate, the Skysol Institute wouldn't be able to provide sufficient cultivation resources for any genius. On the other hand, entering the other areas of the Draconic Ruins realm would inevitably be filled with dangers, and people would constantly die. Naturally, after reaching the Heavenly Fate realm, one's fate soul would be attached to the soul hull, so one wouldn't have to worry about their soul dissipating. However, every time one died, their cultivation would drop by a level. Therefore, it would be extremely difficult to step into a higher realm without the help of others. Once one reached the Heavenly Fate realm, they would be able to quickly increase their strength with sufficient resources. However, the amount of resources required for every breakthrough was extremely large. Countless experts would be fighting for those limited resources, resulting in mutual slaughter. At that time, it would be extremely easy for some big families to restrict a person's cultivation. No matter what, Nya Li's rejection had caused Gu Heng to be extremely furious. However, Gu Heng hadn't shed all pretense of cordiality for the time being. At this moment, in a deep valley within the Hagami Myunmyun, a thatched hut quietly stood there. The surroundings were filled with peach blossoms, making it look like a paradise. The scenery here was picturesque, so beautiful that it didn't seem to belong to the mortal world. The surroundings of the thatched hut were filled with all sorts of mysterious inscription pattern arrays, with rays of light revolving around them. Inside the thatched hut, a peerlessly beautiful girl quietly sat cross-legged with 6 mysterious artifacts surrounding her. On top of these artifacts, spheres revolved like stars, forming a mysterious energy. This girl was Inyoru. Her eyes were tightly shut and her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was deep in thought. After a long time, several hours passed in the blink of an eye, she suddenly opened her eyes. So that's the case. No wonder he looked so familiar when I looked at him. Inyoru suddenly understood. She lightly smiled and muttered to herself, "The Temporal Demon's Spirit Book is indeed extraordinary. It can actually reverse time and space. However, if you can't defy the heavens and change your fate, then everything will be for naught. Once you reach the Heavenly Axis realm, the Holy Emperor will slowly calculate your existence. The only thing I can help you with is to transfer your fate to me. At that time, the person that the Holy Emperor will calculate will be me, not you. As for whether or not you can defy the heavens and change your fate, that will depend on yourself." Inyoru's gaze was distant. My mother was a human, but the blood of the demon god flows within me. I'm destined not to exist in this world. I hope that you can carry my expectations and live well. She sat there like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, untainted by the dust of the mortal world. Her gentle gaze was like clear water. This was a girl that was as tranquil as the moon. Ever since she was born, she was like a bystander of fate. She had calculated the fates of too many people. In her view, everyone's birth, old age, sickness, and death were all too common. Therefore, she didn't care about her own life and death. She continued to calculate her and Nya Li's fates, and at this moment, her and Nya Li's fates underwent a slight change. One day passed by quickly. In Venerable Red Cell's courtyard, the majority of the students were already seated, waiting for Venerable Red Cell's arrival. Nya Li and Lu Piao walked into the training room and sat down on their seats. When they saw Nya Li and Lu Piao enter, the quiet training room instantly burst into discussions. "Did you guys know? It's that person, Nya Li, who completely suppressed Long Yuan on the Saint Soul board. Hey, lower your voice. Aren't you afraid that Long Yuan will hear you? I heard that Long Yuan was even whipped 3 times. Long Yuan is so arrogant, yet she was whipped 3 times. This is probably worse than death for her." At this moment, almost all the students had their eyes on Nya Li and Lu Piao. Long Yuan sat there, wearing a tight-fitting outfit. She had an impressive figure and impeccable looks. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful girl in the class. However, her expression was a little unsightly at this moment. Her hands were clenched into fists, and placed on her knees. How could she not hear the discussions of the students? However, she had indeed lost on the Saint Soul board. This was a fact that she couldn't accept in her heart. It's only the Saint Soul board. It doesn't prove that all of your talents are stronger than mine. I will thoroughly defeat you in other aspects. Long Yuan stared at Niali as a blazing fighting intent flashed in her eyes. She absolutely wouldn't allow herself to lose to someone of the same age. Long Yuan was raised by her mother. When she was young, her mother told her that women had to rely on themselves. She had to be a true expert and step all men beneath her feet. Long Yuan had displayed great talent since she was young. She was now the 7th successor of the Dragon Seal family. This was her glory, but it was far from enough. She wanted to be the strongest. However, on the Saint Soul board, Niali had actually ruthlessly stomped her down. This made her nearly go crazy. She definitely wouldn't admit defeat. Chapter 287. Gu Bei moved to Nia Li's side and gave Niali a thumbs up. She then whispered into Nia Li's ear, "Niali, you're like this." "Haha, you've actually managed to step on Long Yuan. Although I've always wanted to push that woman down. She's too strong. You're indeed stronger. It's just a competition on the Saint Soul board." Niali shook his head as he glanced at Gu Bei and meaningfully said, "You should be able to as well, right?" Hearing Niali's words, Gu Bei smiled and shook her head. "Although I'm confident that I won't lose to that woman, it's still too difficult to step on her. You're the one I'm most convinced of. The Saint Soul board competition is nothing." Nia Li didn't care about what had happened. In Nia Li's heart, Long Yuan was only a passerby. His true enemy was the Holy Emperor. Gu Bei chuckled. "It's already very impressive. The Saint Soul board is also a symbol of strength. Conquering someone as cold as Long Yuan would definitely be very pleasurable. I originally wanted to make her one of my many concubines, but since you're interested, I'll give her to you." Hearing Gu Bei's nonsense, Nia Li was practically speechless. However, Gu Bei was unrestrained. Although she was only 14 or 15, it was said that she already had over 20 wives in her family. Therefore, it was reasonable for her to say such words. Nia Li didn't know if Gu Bei was pretending, or if it was just her nature. "I'm not interested in her," Nia Li lightly said. "Don't tell me you have a problem in that area. How can you not be tempted by such a beautiful woman?" Gu Bei was stunned for a moment and glanced at Nia Li's crotch. Nia Li was almost speechless. Nia Li thought of Yi Ziyun and Ninger. If he were to marry a wife, he would at least have to be like Ziyun and Ninger. For a woman like Long Yuan, Nia Li would definitely not have any interest. If they continued to discuss, it would be endless. Nia Li said, "A man named Gu Heng from your Gu family came to see us." Hearing Nia Li's words, Gu Bei immediately put away the sloppy expression on her face. After a moment of silence, she said, "Nia Li, I don't care what choice you and Lu Piao make. You're both my friends. That Gu Heng isn't a good person, so it's best for you guys to stay away from him. If he tries to recruit you guys under him, I hope that you guys will still be you guys." "I rejected him," Nia Li calmly said. "Not only him. Not only him, we also rejected many people." Gu Bei was astonished as he raised his head to look at Nia Li. He was stunned for a moment before he said, "Gu Heng is a narrow-minded person. Since you've rejected him, you have to be careful of his underhanded moves." "I'm not worried about that. I'll deal with it when it comes." Nia Li lightly smiled. Looking at Nia Li's expression, Gu Bei went silent for a brief moment, then said, "Nia Li, I also admire you on this matter. No matter what happens in the future, you must be careful. No matter what happens in the future, if you need me, Gu Bei, you just have to say the word and Gu Bei will definitely do it. Let's talk about it in the future." Nia Li waved his hand. Gu Bei was a good person, and Nia Li didn't want to turn their relationship into something as simple as taking advantage of each other. In the distance, Han Jing, Wang Yang, and the others looked at the backs of Nia Li, Lu Piao, and Gu Bei. Deep jealousy flashed in their eyes, but they didn't dare to cause trouble for Nya Li anymore. Their talent wasn't on the same level, and Nya Li's talent made them feel deep fear. If they caused trouble for Nya Li again, they would simply be courting death. Nya Li was someone who even dared to beat up Long Yuan. Venerable Red Soul walked in from outside and swept his gaze across everyone. Venerable Red Soul's gaze swept across everyone, pausing on Nya Li for a brief moment. He lightly smiled and said, "I already know. Many of you have already entered the training grounds, and some of you have obtained a good ranking in the training grounds. Your talent has exceeded my expectations. Very good. As for the rest of you, you have to work hard as well. There are only 5 quotas for the East District. If you can't get one this year, you'll have to wait until next year. There will be even more people coming from the South and North District next year. Who knows? This might be your last chance." Han Jing, Wang Yang, and the rest tightly clenched their fists. There were only 5 quotas, and the difficulty of this competition was too great. However, Venerable Red Soul's words made them feel an even greater sense of crisis. If they couldn't get into the East District this year, did that mean that they wouldn't be able to go in the future? Their hearts were filled with unwillingness. They were all geniuses with heaven's spiritual roots, so why did they have to be stepped on by others? In the lesson 3 days ago, we tried to condense the spiritual flames. I'm not sure if you've practiced it after you went back. If you've managed to condense the spiritual flames, you can report it to me. This will be one of the qualifications for you to be promoted to the East District. In this lesson, we'll be talking about how to refine one's physical strength. A powerful cultivator must first have a strong physical body. Only then can they contain a demon spirit that's several times stronger than themselves. However, increasing one's physical strength isn't a simple matter. Venerable Red Soul continued, "Next, I'll be teaching you how to refine your physical bodies." After he finished speaking, Venerable Red Soul took out several arm guards from his interspatial ring and said, "These are called profound weight arm guards. They're filled with profound weight sand. There are 5 types of profound weight arm guards, each weighing 500 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, 1,500 kilograms, 1,500 kilograms, and 1,500 kilograms. You can choose one and put it on." Venerable Red Soul took out a pile of arm guards and placed them in front of him. He said, "You can't use heavenly energy, so you can only use your physical strength. Naturally, you'll have to act within your limits and use 80% of your physical strength. All right, you can come up and choose." After Venerable Red Soul finished speaking, several students walked up to the front. Some of them picked up the 1,000 kilogram profound weight arm guards. Their faces instantly turned red as they hurriedly used their hands to support them. One arm guard weighed 1,000 kilograms, and 2 of them added up to 1,000 kilograms. They couldn't bear it, so they could only choose the 500 kilogram profound weight arm guards. Only then did they realize that their physical strength was actually so weak without using the power of the heavenly Tao. None of the students were willing to choose the lightest arm guard. However, most of them realized that their physical strength was too weak, so they could only choose the lightest. Only a few of them could wear the 500 kilogram profound weight arm guards. As Long Yuan walked up to the front, practically everyone's gazes were focused on Long Yuan. Long Yuan possessed the Blood Dragon bloodline. They only knew that Long Yuan's physical strength was very strong, but they didn't know to what extent Long Yuan's physical strength was. Long Yuan lowered her head and picked up one of the profound weight arm guards. It was a 1,500 kilogram arm guard, and she calmly put it on. Long Yuan frequently used the profound weight arm guards, so she quickly found a suitable arm guard. Moreover, wearing the 1,500 kilogram profound weight arm guards was already holding back for her. In the family, she could easily use the 1,000 kilogram profound weight arm guards. Long Yuan's physical strength was an ability that she was absolutely proud of. Jin Yan walked up and picked up the 1,000-kilogram arm guard. He looked at Long Yuan gloomily. Wearing the 1,000-kilogram arm guard was already a bit strenuous for him, not to mention the 1,500-kilogram. He was always slightly inferior to a woman like Long Yuan. "It's our turn," Lu Piao said. He picked up the 1,000-kilogram profound weight arm guards and weighed it in his hand. It was a bit strenuous, but he still put it on. His face was flushed red. Gu Bei casually picked up the 1,000-kilogram profound weight arm guards. He didn't change to a heavier profound weight arm guard to test its weight and just put it on. Nia Li also picked up the 1,000-kilogram profound weight arm guard and put it on. If he didn't use his heavenly energy, Nia Li could still wear the 1,500-kilogram profound weight arm guard with his current physical strength. However, it would still be a bit strenuous for him. It was better to act according to his own strength. After all, in terms of physical strength, Nia Li was still slightly inferior to Long Yuan, who possessed the Blood Dragon bloodline. After all, Long Yuan, who possessed the Blood Dragon bloodline, had a physical body that was equivalent to a two-fate expert. After completely removing the heavenly energy, you guys should know how weak your physical bodies are. Venerable Red Soul slowly walked to the side and smiled. You guys can start training in the training room. I'll give you some pointers on how to cultivate your physical bodies. Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the other two started their training, including leaping and somersaulting. Although these movements were extremely simple, they couldn't use their heavenly energy and could only rely on their physical strength. With so much weight on their bodies, it wasn't easy for them. In just a short moment, they were all drenched in sweat. When cultivating your physical body, breathing is the most important thing. Take a deep breath and slowly exhale. Tempering your physical body is also a way to communicate with the heavenly energy. Only when your physical body is nourished by the heavens and earth can you become even stronger. Venerable Red Soul explained as he walked. Nia Li stood upside down with one finger pointing to the ground. His body maintained a strange posture, like an old monk meditating, motionless. Since he'd started cultivating his physical body, Nia Li naturally wouldn't waste such a good opportunity. He used his own method to temper his physical body. Although he was motionless, all the muscles in his body were constantly trembling. This was the Heavenly God cultivation technique for physical body cultivation, using the heart to control qi, using qi to temper the body. As his muscles trembled, Nia Li could feel his physical body getting stronger. He had to admit that the Heavenly God cultivation technique was rather fast in tempering his physical body. Venerable Red Soul walked to Nia Li's side and briefly paused beside Nia Li. Nia Li seemed to be using a special method to temper his body, a method that even he had never seen before. Sensing Nia Li's aura, Venerable Red Soul noticed that Nia Li's aura was extremely thin, so thin that he couldn't even sense it. Venerable Red Soul was inwardly shocked. Just what kind of physical body tempering technique was this? However, he didn't ask too much. Everyone had their own cultivation technique, and each had their own understanding of cultivation. As a teacher, he could only stand by the side and guide them, but he couldn't interfere. Moreover, inquiring about a student's cultivation technique was an unethical act. Chapter 288. Venerable Red Soul didn't know what body refining technique Nia Li was using, but he could sense that Nia Li's body refining technique was extremely profound. Indeed, geniuses were different from the masses. Venerable Red Soul didn't know how to guide Nia Li, so he only watched from the side for a while before leaving. Everyone continued to cultivate the strength of their physical bodies. After several hours, aside from Nia Li, the others had all received pointers from Venerable Red Soul and made some improvements. Previously, he had been cultivating his heavenly energy. Now that he was focusing on cultivating his physical strength, Nia Li could feel that his physical strength was rising at an extremely fast pace. While Long Yuan was cultivating her physical strength, she would occasionally glance at Nieli. Nieli's cultivation method was different from the masses, which had piqued her interest. A blazing battle intent surged in her heart. No matter what, she had to wipe away her previous humiliation. She wanted to tell Nieli that, although Nieli had surpassed her on the Saint Soul board, Nieli was still not her opponent in terms of strength. She wanted to return all the humiliation that Nieli had given her. The whip marks on her body were still throbbing in pain. Physical pain didn't mean much to Long Yuan. What she couldn't let go of was the humiliation in her heart. She wanted to return those 3 whips to Nieli. Venerable Red Soul lightly nodded his head. All of you are geniuses with heaven's spiritual roots, and your comprehension abilities far surpass the rest. This year's geniuses have greatly exceeded my expectations. However, all of you must guard against arrogance and rashness. You must know that there's always someone stronger in the Draconic Ruins realm. Although all of you are top-notch existences in the Hagami Minyan, there are also many geniuses in the other sections. While all of you are resting, they have been cultivating nonstop. Your goal is to surpass them. Venerable Red Soul looked at everyone and said, "Now that all of you have familiarized yourselves with your own strength, we will soon begin our practical training. Find a companion and we will be sparring. It's best if you find a friend with similar strength." Actual combat drill? Lu Piao was stunned. "Brother Lu, why don't we practice together?" Gubei smiled at Lu Piao. "Okay." Lu Piao nodded immediately. He didn't want to spar with Nieli. The difference in strength was too great. Just then, a tall beauty in a white training outfit walked towards Nieli. She had an exquisite figure and a sweet appearance. Although she was slightly inferior to Long Yuan, she was still a great beauty. "Senior brother Nieli, it just so happens that I can't find someone to spar with. Why don't we spar together?" The beauty said shyly. There were a total of 36 people in the class. Among them, 11 were girls. Aside from Long Yuan, who was a loner, the other girls interacted with each other a lot. These girls were also observing the youths in the class, and Nieli had undoubtedly entered everyone's line of sight. Nieli was ranked 3rd on the Saint Soul board, trampling over Long Yuan. His talent was definitely the most dazzling in the class, and he had already become a delicious cake in the eyes of all the girls. However, the other girls didn't dare to take the initiative to greet him. Only He Inin dared to come up and talk to him. He Inin's family background was pretty good, and she was also very beautiful. She was second only to Long Yuan in the class. A beauty asking to spar with him was simply an invitation. Lu Piao's eyes lit up as she blinked her eyes at Nieli. Why couldn't such a good thing happen to me? Nieli glanced at He Inin, who was in front of him, and went silent for a moment. He couldn't find anyone else suitable to spar with, so he was prepared to agree. But at this moment, Long Yuan walked out and coldly said to He Inin, "Move aside, he's my opponent." Seeing Long Yuan's sudden appearance, Nieli couldn't help furrowing his brows. This woman, Long Yuan, simply doesn't know when to stop. Wasn't the previous lesson enough? She's here again? Although Long Yuan possessed the blood dragon bloodline, Nieli wasn't afraid of Long Yuan in a one-on-one fight. He Inin's brows slightly knitted together. In this class, she hated Long Yuan the most. She wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make Nieli her subordinate, but in the end, Long Yuan came out and stirred things up. Although He Inin's family wasn't ordinary, it couldn't be compared to the Dragon Seal family. She also didn't dare to provoke Long Yuan. "Senior brother Nieli, I'll be leaving first. If there's time after class, let's talk again." He Inin pursed her lips and smiled. Her soft voice could make one's bones go soft. "We'll talk about it later," Nieli lightly replied. Nieli naturally wouldn't be captivated by He Inin's beauty. He understood that a woman like He Inin was the kind that would devour people without spitting out the bones. Although Long Yuan was overbearing and rude, at least she was straightforward. Li could deal with her moves as they came. Long Yuan swept a glance at He Nin and couldn't help coldly snorting in her heart. Seeing how cold Li was towards her, He Nin's face was a little dejected. She angrily glanced at Long Yuan before turning around and leaving. Several girls began to chat in low voices. What's wrong with Long Yuan? She's actually looking for Li to spar with. Could it be that Long Yuan has taken a fancy to Li? What are you thinking about? Don't you know about what happened a few days ago? Li stepped on Long Yuan on the Saint Soul board and even whipped Long Yuan 3 times. With Long Yuan's prideful character, how could she endure it? She's obviously looking for senior brother Li for revenge. Li whipped Long Yuan 3 times? I've been cultivating for the past few days and didn't know about this. Quick, tell me what happened. Li's really amazing. He actually made Long Yuan suffer. Several girls excitedly chatted. Long Yuan wants to get back at him? Long Yuan possesses the blood dragon bloodline and has such a powerful physical body. I reckon that senior brother Li is going to suffer a loss. Long Yuan's face was ashen as she looked at Li. Long Yuan could still feel the faint pain from the wounds on her chest and buttocks. She naturally wouldn't forget this bone-cutting pain. She must personally seek justice from Li. Li said that she was trash that only knew how to borrow the strength of her family. She wanted to prove that even without the strength of her family, she, Long Yuan, was still much stronger than him. Venerable Red Soul glanced at the confrontation between Li and Long Yuan and couldn't help smiling bitterly. Li was a genius. His talent had reached a level that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. From his observation, Li's talent was even stronger than Long Yuan's. As for Long Yuan, this girl had an illustrious background and astonishing talent. However, her personality was extremely strong, and she wouldn't allow anyone to surpass her. With such a personality, she would definitely oppose Li, unless Li thoroughly suppressed Long Yuan or Long Yuan beat Li to the ground. Long Yuan wouldn't let the matter rest. In the following sparring sessions, you can only use your physical strength. You are not allowed to use heavenly energy. Venerable Red Soul said, "Physical strength is the foundation of all cultivation. During the sparring sessions, you must also carefully sense the circulation of your meridians." Gubei walked to Li's side and patted Li's shoulder. She bitterly smiled and said, "Li, you're on your own. Long Yuan has the blood dragon bloodline, so her physical strength is extremely powerful. I'm afraid that you're not her opponent." Li shrugged his shoulders and said, "I know what I'm doing." How could he be afraid of Long Yuan? Although his physical strength wasn't comparable to Long Yuan's, if they really fought, Li didn't place Long Yuan in his eyes. Long Yuan coldly looked at Li. She had always been proud of her physical strength. Although her ranking on the Saint Soul board couldn't compare to Li's, she definitely wouldn't lose to Li in terms of physical strength. The two of them were brimming with fighting intent. Venerable Red Soul went silent for a brief moment. He was worried that the fight between Li and Long Yuan would affect the entire training room. Therefore, he opened his mouth and said, "Each of you will be limited to a 3-meter square area. I will set up a barrier around the two of you. When you're sparring, you can only be limited to this area." As Venerable Red Soul began to set up the barrier, the sparring partners began to walk into the barrier. "I will return the humiliation that you've given me double. Today, I will thoroughly defeat you." A trace of stubbornness flashed across Long Yuan's beautiful face as she furiously glared at Li. "Any time." Li calmly replied. How could he be afraid of Long Yuan? As the sparring partners began, Long Yuan stood there with an incomparably serious expression on her face. Her body was slightly arched, as if she was a leopard that was ready to pounce. Her delicate body was brimming with boundless strength as her slender legs were slightly tensed up. Long Yuan lightly snorted as her body suddenly swept forward. Her slender left leg swept towards Nia Li's head with a swift and fierce gale. Bang! 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 As Long Yuan's leg swept out, a swift and fierce gale was generated from the side of her leg. Just as Long Yuan's leg was about to sweep towards Nia Li's head, Nia Li raised his right arm to block. With a loud bang, Nia Li was kicked a few steps to the side as pain radiated from his right arm. Long Yuan's physical strength was indeed astonishing. As soon as her leg fell, Long Yuan's consecutive leg swept towards Nia Li. If it was a head-on confrontation, Nia Li was indeed not Long Yuan's opponent. Moreover, when Long Yuan made a move, it was as if she was risking her life. Her strength erupted to an extremely astonishing degree. Long Yuan's legs were very long and her whip kick was very powerful. However, if it was purely physical strength, no matter how strong the attack was, there would always be a flaw. Nia Li retreated again and again to avoid Long Yuan's second whip kick. Long Yuan's leg strength whistled past Nia Li's face. As her attack missed, Long Yuan somersaulted in the air and continued to sweep her third whip kick towards Nia Li. Just as Long Yuan's third whip kick was about to sweep towards Nia Li's head, Nia Li immediately discovered the flaw in Long Yuan's move. His fist punched towards Long Yuan's inner thigh. Chapter 289. Long Yuan's 3 consecutive whip kicks had already been used up. Moreover, she had used up all her energy in one go. The second would weaken, and the third would be exhausted. Hence, this was the moment when Long Yuan revealed a flaw. When a person kicks, their feet and calves are the most powerful. Moreover, their feet and calves must have been hit countless times, so they are the toughest. Only the inner thighs are the weakest. Nia Li only lightly punched Long Yuan's inner thighs, and Long Yuan lost control and fell out. Although this punch was very light, the force of the punch went straight through Long Yuan's body. Long Yuan groaned and fell to the side. Her face turned green, and she felt a burst of soreness and numbness in her inner thighs. She almost couldn't stand steadily. Nia Li's attack position also made her feel ashamed and angry. However, what shocked her even more was that Nia Li's strength was clearly below hers. How could such a light punch cause her to suffer such a serious injury? After all, she had the blood dragon bloodline. The force of an ordinary person's punch could not cause any harm to her at all. However, the stronger Nia Li was, the fiercer Long Yuan's fighting spirit became. She was Long Yuan. She absolutely could not lose. She'd only been on the ground for a brief moment before she leapt up once more and lashed out with a few more roundhouse kicks. Feeling Long Yuan's aggressiveness, Nia Li was a little annoyed. This woman was endless. Did she really think that he couldn't deal with her just because he didn't hit her hard? At this moment, almost everyone couldn't help but focus their attention on Nia Li and Long Yuan. All of them were dumbfounded. One had to know that Long Yuan had the body of the blood dragon bloodline. They originally thought that Nia Li would be beaten up, but after this series of exchanges, Nia Li didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. On the contrary, Long Yuan seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. This was too shocking. It's fine if he's able to suppress Long Yuan on the Saint Soul board, but even with Long Yuan's strongest physical body, Nia Li is stronger than Long Yuan? Isn't this talent a little too heaven-defying? Are you going to let others live? However, Venerable Red Soul could tell that Nia Li's physical strength was far inferior to Long Yuan's. But Nia Li's understanding of martial arts was much stronger than Long Yuan's. Nia Li knew how to skillfully use his own strength to achieve the effect of the weak defeating the strong. Long Yuan's attacks were swift and fierce. It made Nia Li feel an enormous pressure. After all, Long Yuan was also a genius with a thorough understanding of martial arts. When she suffered a slight disadvantage against Nia Li in their first exchange, she immediately made some adjustments. Long Yuan's consecutive attacks were so fast that only after images could be seen. Nia Li slightly narrowed his eyes. He moved to the side and retreated, not making any moves. Just when Long Yuan was about to change her attack, he suddenly made his move and grabbed onto Long Yuan's calf with his right hand. Long Yuan wanted to pull her leg back, but her speed was too slow. Her calf was grabbed by Nieli, so she couldn't pull it back even if she wanted to. "Let go of me," Long Yuan angrily said. "Otherwise, don't blame me for being heavy-handed." After all, it was just a sparring session. Long Yuan didn't activate the power of the blood dragon in her body. She'd thought that she wouldn't need to activate the power of her blood dragon bloodline to defeat Nieli. However, Nieli's strength had far surpassed her imagination. She'd suffered a small loss the moment they'd clashed, and now he'd even grabbed her calf. "Let go of you? Why should I? Aren't you very powerful?" Nieli's anger had not subsided. Not only did he not let go of Long Yuan, but he also took a step closer to Long Yuan. Long Yuan immediately raised her leg higher. "Let go of me quickly, otherwise I won't be polite." Long Yuan's leg was almost pressed against her chest, causing her to uncontrollably take a step back. Her heart couldn't help but tremble at this awkward position, especially with so many people staring at them from the side. Her face slightly paled. "Long Yuan, do you think that your blood dragon is so amazing? That's all you're capable of. What other tricks do you have? Take them all out. I want to see just how capable you are." Nieli took a few more steps forward. His right hand grabbed the acupuncture point on Long Yuan's calf. That force penetrated through Nieli's fingers, causing Long Yuan's legs to go limp. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. Long Yuan retreated again and again. She was forced to the edge of the barrier by Nieli. There was no way out. Hearing Nieli's humiliating words, Long Yuan's face paled. She bit her lips and wanted to pull her leg back. However, she couldn't do it. Long Yuan's struggle did not soften Nieli's heart at all. In his previous life, Nieli already knew what kind of person Long Yuan was. Just like before, when Nieli came out of the Saint Soul grounds, Long Yuan couldn't wait to send people from her family to deal with him. A person like Long Yuan should be an eye for an eye. She should be completely suppressed and cowered in fear. That way, she wouldn't be a threat to his master. Nieli would never be soft-hearted towards his enemies. He wanted Long Yuan to be afraid when she saw him, not daring to be impudent. Nieli moved his face close to Long Yuan's ear and sneered in disdain. "You're just a piece of trash that only knows how to use your family's power. Apart from your family, you're nothing. What blood dragon bloodline? That's just a joke. Only you think so highly of yourself." After being humiliated by Nieli in front of so many people, tears welled up in Long Yuan's eyes. She stared at Nieli ever since she was young. She had never been bullied like this. "Nieli, you're going too far." Long Yuan suddenly erupted with a powerful force. Her other leg shot up and her two legs wrapped around Nieli's neck. With a 360-degree flip, she flipped Nieli onto the ground. Nieli never thought that Long Yuan would suddenly erupt with such a powerful force. By the time he wanted to break free from Long Yuan's leg, it was already too late. He could only immediately counterattack. Pum! Nieli fell heavily to the ground. Although his neck was twisted, he also flipped over and pressed Long Yuan under him. His right hand grabbed Long Yuan's neck. The two of them were in a deadlock in a strange position. Long Yuan's legs were wrapped around Nieli's neck. Her tight thighs clamped Nieli's head, but she was also pressed under Nieli. Her body was bent, and her neck was grabbed by Nieli. Everyone outside was dumbfounded and looked at each other in dismay. Lu Piao and Gu Bei were dumbfounded. What were these two doing? Could it be that they were preparing to? The girls in the class all screamed one by one. They were so shy that their ears turned red. Nieli and Long Yuan's movements were a little too. "Hurry up and let go, or I will kill you," Nieli shouted coldly. His right hand that was grabbing Long Yuan's neck slightly tightened. Long Yuan's face was a little pale, but she still looked stubborn and unconvinced. She glared at Nye Li angrily with tears in her eyes. I want to die with you. Crazy woman, hurry up and let go. Nye Li frowned and scolded coldly. He was most annoyed by Long Yuan's endless entanglement. He was too lazy to pursue the hatred of the previous life. But now, this woman was still unforgiving. She had to find trouble, which made Nye Li annoyed. Feeling that Long Yuan's leg strength was about to suffocate his head, Nye Li's right hand also exerted more strength. Let go. Nye Li shouted and scolded. He didn't want to die with this crazy woman. Moreover, he couldn't kill Long Yuan. Right now, he couldn't fight against the dragon seal family. Cough, cough. Long Yuan's face turned pale. She coughed. She finally calmed down a little and loosened her legs a little. You let go first. If you don't let go, I won't be polite. Nye Li scolded. His left hand slapped Long Yuan's, but, pa! Long Yuan was slightly stunned. She felt a burning pain on her butt. Then her cheeks turned red and her voice trembled. Nye Li, you dare to humiliate me. So what if I humiliate you? Hurry up and let go. If you don't let go, believe it or not, I will strip your clothes and let everyone see. Nye Li scolded coldly. You! Nye Li's voice was very cold. Long Yuan's voice trembled. She was really afraid. If Nye Li really stripped her clothes, then she would never be able to see anyone in this life. It would be better to commit suicide. She finally loosened her leg that was strangling Nye Li's neck and let go of Nye Li. Nye Li also withdrew his hand. He no longer strangled Long Yuan's neck. He was too lazy to entangle with Long Yuan. At the moment when Nye Li loosened his hand, Long Yuan suddenly jumped and kicked Nye Li's chest. Nye Li was caught off guard. He flew out and hit the barrier. The heavy impact made Nye Li's throat sweet. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Nye Li never thought that at this time, Long Yuan would actually make a sneak attack. You deserve it. Long Yuan's eyes were still filled with tears. In front of so many people, she was humiliated by Nye Li. She hated Nye Li. The blood in Nye Li's body was boiling. He looked up at Long Yuan. His eyes became even colder. It was so cold that there was no trace of emotion. Indeed, he shouldn't be soft-hearted towards a woman like Long Yuan. Once he showed the slightest bit of soft-heartedness, this woman would fiercely retaliate. Seeing Nye Li's ice-cold gaze, looking at her as if he was looking at a dead person, Long Yuan's heart slightly trembled. She faintly felt that when Nye Li let go, she shouldn't have kicked him. However, Nye Li had bullied her so badly, so why couldn't she retaliate? Long Yuan clenched her hands into fists. Whether it was the matter in the Saint Soul grounds or everything that happened today, it was the greatest humiliation in her life. However, it seemed that she had brought all of this upon herself. Nye Li clutched his chest as he stood up. A cold light flashed across his eyes. The barrier had already been removed. Without even looking at Long Yuan, Nye Li turned around and walked towards Lu Piao and Gu Bei. No matter what, Nye Li wouldn't give Long Yuan a chance the next time they fought. Long Yuan opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. She wanted to say some vicious words, but in the end she took them back. She didn't know why, but Nye Li's expression made her feel a terrifying chill. Chapter 290. In Nye Li's heart, Long Yuan was no different from the vicious woman from his previous life. If they'd met outside of the Sky Soul Institute, Nye Li might have fought to the death with Long Yuan. Everyone stared blankly at Nye Li and Long Yuan. This scene was too explosive. They never imagined that Long Yuan, who possessed the blood dragon bloodline, would be bullied so miserably by Nye Li. It seemed that Long Yuan had met her match. However, the scene earlier seemed a little. Lu Piao couldn't help winking at Nye Li as she recalled the strange posture between Nye Li and Long Yuan. Everything that happened earlier was indeed a little too explosive. However, she noticed that Nye Li's face was ashen and filled with killing intent. This killing intent caused Lu Piao to shiver. What was wrong with Nieli? Ever since she'd known Nieli for so long, she'd rarely seen Nieli so angry. Lu Piao had a feeling that there was some kind of irreconcilable hatred between Nieli and Long Yuan. The girls in the class looked at each other in dismay. They never imagined that Long Yuan would disregard her own safety to defeat Nieli. They also never imagined that Nieli would be so strong that he'd be able to defeat Long Yuan. Long Yuan asked for it. She thought that her dragon bloodline was very strong. But didn't she still lose to senior brother Nieli? He Inin pursed her lips and said, "That woman couldn't be trying to attract senior brother Nieli's attention on purpose, right?" He Inin felt that there was something wrong with Long Yuan. Why did she look for Nieli? Inin, what do you think about senior brother Nieli? A young girl couldn't help but be infatuated with Nieli's dazzling talent. She couldn't help but be a little moved. Don't even think about it. There's so many people eyeing senior brother Nieli covetously. How can it be you? He-Inin curled her lips and said. Hearing He-Inin's words, the girl angrily said, "Who knows? Senior brother Nieli might not even like you." Jin Yen looked at Nieli, tightly clenching his fists. His heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness. In terms of physical strength, Nieli was actually able to suppress Long Yuan. This talent was simply too heaven-defying. No wonder Nieli completely ignored him before. It turned out that Nieli did not put him in his eyes at all. Long Yuan had already made Jin Yen very unhappy, and now there was an even more unpleasant Nieli. In the distance, Han Jing and the others, their hearts were filled with shock. Previously, they had been thinking about how to cause trouble for Nieli, but now they didn't dare to do so. With Nieli's astonishing talent, they didn't dare to provoke him. Moreover, even if they really fought, they wouldn't be a match for Nieli. Wang Yang's eyes were filled with jealousy and malice as he looked at Nieli's figure. "Cough, cough." Venerable Red Soul coughed in a low voice and said, "Now that you've found your companions, you can often spar and increase your physical strength. Today's lesson ends here. You can continue practicing here. There will be a third lesson in 3 days." Venerable Red Soul walked out. Nieli glanced at Lu Piao and Gu Bei and said, "Let's go." Just as Nieli was about to leave, Long Yuan suddenly appeared from the side. She blocked Nieli's path and said, "You're not allowed to leave." Nieli coldly looked at Long Yuan. What else did this woman want? "I want you to stay and continue sparring with me." Long Yuan gritted her teeth and stubbornly looked at Nieli. She wanted to become stronger. Nieli's strength made the fighting spirit in her heart even more intense. "Go away, I don't have time." Nieli looked at Long Yuan in disgust. This woman was simply endless. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This woman, Long Yuan, had just suffered such a huge loss. After being humiliated like that, why did she still pester Nieli to spar with her? Did this woman have a brain cramp? Did this woman have a masochistic constitution? The more she was humiliated, the more she would come knocking on his door? Or perhaps this woman had fallen in love with Nieli. Long Yuan, aren't you a little too shameless for your own good? Senior brother Nieli is ignoring you, but you still pester him. He-Inin said with a frown. Long Yuan swept a glance at He-Inin and coldly scolded. "This has nothing to do with you. Scram! If you dare to say another word, believe it or not, I will throw you out." "You!" He-Inin was extremely angry in her heart. Long Yuan, this crazy woman. However, she didn't dare to provoke Long Yuan. She could only angrily walk to the side. "Long Yuan, do you want to humiliate yourself?" Nieli coldly stared at Long Yuan. Long Yuan's gaze met Nieli's and said, "I didn't lose just now, and I won't admit defeat. Unless you really beat me, we will continue to fight. If you beat me, you can ask for anything. If I even frown, I am not Long Yuan. If I beat you, I will return the 3 whips you gave me. Get out of the way. I don't have time to mess around with you." Nia Li snorted and was about to walk around Long Yuan. "You're not allowed to leave." Long Yuan stretched out her hand to block Nia Li and kicked Nia Li with her left foot. Nia Li quickly dodged. He was completely infuriated by Long Yuan. Bang! Bang! It was another intense exchange. Fist energy shot out in all directions. Both sides were extremely fast, leaving only afterimages behind. These two people were really like a barrel of gunpowder. At this moment, they actually fought again. Everyone stared blankly at the two people in the middle of the fierce battle. Long Yuan had completely stimulated the potential of her dragon bloodline. Whether it was the speed of her attack or the intensity of her strength, they were several times stronger than before. Every attack was extremely fierce. Bang! Long Yuan's attack landed on Nia Li's chest. Nia Li used both hands to block, but the powerful force still forced him to retreat dozens of steps. Long Yuan's attack didn't stop for a moment. She attacked Nia Li again. Long Yuan's attacks were like a torrential storm. Long Yuan, this woman is simply fighting with her life on the line. Gu Bei frowned. He couldn't help but worry for Nia Li and was ready to act at any time. If Long Yuan really wanted to kill Nia Li, then he would definitely help Nia Li. At this time, he didn't care whether he would be exposed or not. Long Yuan's storm-like attack caused Nia Li to repeatedly block. Endless anger accumulated in his heart. He had already endured it time and time again, but Long Yuan just wouldn't stop. If that's the case, then don't blame me for not being polite. A trace of coldness flashed in Nia Li's eyes. Since you insist on sending yourself to my door, then I will thoroughly teach you a lesson. In a battle of the same level, Nia Li would not be afraid of anyone. Just as Long Yuan's leg energy was about to attack Nia Li suddenly turned sideways and turned into an afterimage. What's going on? Long Yuan saw that her leg energy was about to attack Nia Li. Suddenly, her vision blurred and Nia Li disappeared. The next moment, Nia Li appeared on the right side of Long Yuan. He grabbed Long Yuan's calf with one hand and grabbed Long Yuan's thigh with the other. He fiercely swung her up and smashed her to the ground. Boom! The ground of the training room was suddenly smashed into a big pit. Long Yuan was suddenly smashed into a daze. She didn't have any time to react before she was grabbed by Nia Li and smashed to the ground on the other side. Bang, bang, bang. Nia Li threw Long Yuan like a sandbag and smashed her violently. Then, intensive attacks fell on Long Yuan's body. It was different from Long Yuan's attack. Although Long Yuan's attack was violent and fast, there were many flaws in it. On the other hand, Nia Li's attack was continuous. Each attack was from an extremely tricky angle, and Long Yuan couldn't resist any of it. Long Yuan was smashed to the ground, hit into the sky, and then hit to the ground. However, it had to be said that the physical body of the red dragon bloodline was really tyrannical. No matter how Nia Li attacked, Long Yuan only suffered superficial injuries. However, since Nia Li launched his attack, it became very difficult for Long Yuan to fight back. Everyone looked on in a daze. After Long Yuan activated her red dragon bloodline, she had the upper hand at first. Her attacks made Nia Li unable to fight back. However, after Nia Li found a flaw, Nia Li immediately gained the upper hand. Moreover, his attacks made Long Yuan unable to fight back at all. Long Yuan, who everyone thought was powerful and fierce, was beaten by Nia Li to the point that she couldn't fight back. This, everyone didn't know how to describe their emotions. With a bang, Long Yuan fell to the ground. Although Nia Li's attack didn't break through her red dragon bloodline, she was seriously injured. Her whole body felt like it was falling apart. She opened her eyes in confusion and looked at the ceiling. She couldn't understand why she was so much weaker than Nia Li. In every aspect, she was completely defeated by Nia Li. A deep sense of defeat hit her heart, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. For so many years, she had always been the strongest among her peers. She cultivated like crazy, and her pursuit of strength was almost paranoid. Today, in the aspect of physical strength that she was most proud of, she had been defeated without any suspense. She suddenly wanted to cry. It turned out that her hard work and her pride were all so useless. The world is so big, and there are countless strong people. Do you think you have the qualifications to be arrogant? Long Yuan, I'll teach you a little lesson today. Put away that arrogant character of yours. Otherwise, even if I don't do anything, someone will naturally teach you a lesson. Nye Li couldn't be bothered to say more and walked outside. Long Yuan sat up and wiped the tears off her face. She bit her lips and said, I'm willing to bet, so I'm willing to lose. I said just now, no matter what conditions you raise, I won't even frown. Nye Li stopped for a moment and said, in the future, stay away from me. The further the better. After saying that, Nye Li walked straight away. Seeing Nye Li walking further and further away, Long Yuan's vision was blurred by tears. Nye Li didn't even bother to look at her. In Nye Li's eyes, she wasn't even comparable to a speck of dust. It was laughable that she had always been proud in her heart, but in Nye Li's eyes she was nothing. Today's update is late. Chapter 291. Gu Bei and Lu Piao were dumbstruck. Nye Li was simply too handsome when he turned around. Gu Bei felt that it was a pity in her heart. Nye Li, this fellow was simply a blockhead. Long Yuan had already said that no matter what condition she raised, she would agree to it, but he actually asked Long Yuan to scram further away. He really didn't know how to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. If it was him, for a beauty like Long Yuan, he would obviously raise some more interesting requests. Perhaps Long Yuan would half refuse and half agree. What a waste, such a good opportunity. Gu Bei shook her head, but not knowing why, she still admired Nye Li very much. After Nye Li trio left, the news of Nye Li defeating Long Yuan in terms of physical strength quickly spread like wildfire. He had undoubtedly become this year's most dazzling genius, attracting everyone's attention, especially the geniuses. They even viewed Nye Li as a formidable opponent. Long Yuan's courtyard. Hu Yong waited here for a long time, but didn't see Long Yuan, and he was simply infuriated to the extreme. Although Long Yuan had once crippled him, causing him to lose the dignity of a man, but after he was cured, the person he dreamed of every day was still Long Yuan. He liked to see Long Yuan wearing tight clothes and liked to look at Long Yuan's alluring curves from the back. Even when Long Yuan flared up at him, he would still shamelessly go up to her because he felt that when Long Yuan was angry, she was also so beautiful. But the goddess in his heart, his fiancée, was actually humiliated by an unknown brat. This was truly unbearable. He wanted to ruthlessly tear that brat to shreds, to relieve the hatred in his heart. When Long Yuan returned to her own courtyard, her body was still covered in dust, looking extremely miserable, as though she had lost her soul. She recalled Nye Li's words, "Stay away from me in the future. The further the better." Ever since she was young, this was the first time she had heard someone speak to her in such a manner. This was the first time someone had detested her so much. This was the first time someone had humiliated her like this. However, in Long Yuan's heart, he didn't know what kind of complicated emotion it was. There was a youth of the same age who had defeated her with his own strength. Moreover, he had crushed her without any suspense. She wanted to know more. She wanted to know what kind of person he was. She wanted to become stronger, so strong that Nye Li would truly take her seriously as an opponent. However, the others had already told her to scram as far away as possible. Yet she still wanted to humiliate herself. Wasn't that a little too cheap? Long Yuan's heart was filled with contradictions. He saw Long Yuan walking in. Although she was travel-worn, she was still extremely beautiful, causing Hu Yong's heart to heat up. He hurriedly walked over and said, "You're back? How are your injuries? I've brought the best medicine from home." When she saw Hu Yong, Long Yuan revealed a look of disgust and said, "Hu Yong, you're not allowed to come here anymore. If you come again, don't blame me for throwing you out." Don't be like this." Hu Yong looked at the slightly dazed Long Yuan and said, Seeing you like this makes my heart ache. You should quickly apply medicine. Leave that Nieli to me. I'll definitely take care of him. When he came out of the Saint Soul grounds, I originally wanted to teach him a lesson. However, I never imagined that those two old men, Nanmen Tianhai and Huang Yu, would mess things up. But don't worry, Nieli won't be able to escape from my palm next time. When she heard Hu Yong's words, Long Yuan was stunned for a moment. Hu Yong had brought people to look for Nieli? Long Yuan glared at Hu Yong. Who told you to find trouble with Nieli? Did you say that I sent you? I didn't say that you sent me. Hu Yong hurriedly shook his head. Hu Yong, aside from using your family's power, you're just a piece of trash. Me and Nieli had a fair and square contest. If I, Long Yuan, lose, I lose. I can afford to lose. If you want to stand up for me, go find Nieli if you have the guts. If you can beat Nieli, then I, Long Yuan, will submit to you. However, your performance is that of a coward. In the future, get lost. Don't let me see you again. If I see you again, I'll cripple you. Long Yuan coldly glared at Hu Yong. Hu Yong still wanted to say something. Long Yuan cursed loudly. Hu Yong, why aren't you getting lost? You. Hu Yong finally couldn't take it anymore. Long Yuan, do you think that you're so amazing? You're only the 7th successor of the Dragon Seal family. Only by marrying me will you have the qualifications to become the first successor. Don't be shameless when I give you face. Get lost. Long Yuan kicked Hu Yong's body, sending him flying. Hu Yong let out a mournful shriek. Long Yuan's kick practically broke his waist. He crawled up and fled in a sorry state. Long Yuan retracted her gaze. So it turns out that after Nieli came out of the Saint Soul grounds, Hu Yong brought people to find Nieli. Nieli probably misunderstood that Hu Yong's people were sent by her. Hu Yong's actions made Long Yuan take the blame. She was extremely vexed and confused in her heart. However, Long Yuan wasn't prepared to explain to Nieli. Only the weak would use words to explain. Today, she once again lost to Nieli. However, this time, Long Yuan's heart was at a loss. Long Yuan's heart was absolutely unwilling to admit defeat during the Saint Soul Board's competition. However, in this battle of physical strength, Long Yuan had lost once again. Furthermore, she had lost completely. Physical strength had always been Long Yuan's strongest point, but she'd still lost in the end. Long Yuan really wanted to cry her heart out. She had always been very headstrong and didn't want anyone of the same age to surpass her. But now, she had completely lost to Nieli. Her pride had been completely trampled under Nieli's feet. At this moment, her eyes were brimming with tears. She felt like an injured stray dog, licking her wounds in her courtyard all by herself. She clenched her teeth as she recalled her fight with Nieli. She still wasn't willing to admit defeat. Just as she was about to enter her room, a figure appeared in her courtyard. This person's appearance wasn't inferior to hers in any way. Her entire body carried a trace of ethereal aura, as if she was a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. She was Inyueru. When she saw Long Yuan, the corner of her mouth revealed a profound smile. Upon seeing her, Long Yuan immediately wiped the tears off her face and put on a cold expression. Why are you here? Junior sister, it's been a long time. Inyueru lightly smiled. Her eyes were calm and gentle. Demoness, you caused Master's death. Yet you still have the face to come. If it wasn't for Master's last words, I would have killed you long ago. Long Yuan's face was as cold as frost as she glared at Inyueru. Killing intent surged from her body, even though she understood that she wasn't Inyueru's match at the moment. I've said it before. I wasn't the one who caused Master's death. Her fate came, and she borrowed my hand to bring it to an end. Inyueru's voice was ethereal as she continued. Master received the personal teachings of Ancestor Formless. Although her cultivation is only at the heavenly axis realm, her position in the Hagami Munmyun is transcendent. She divined the secrets of the heavens and was appointed as the patriarch of the Hagami Munmyun. Because of her identity, she was destined to die. Demoness, no matter how glib your tongue is, I won't believe you. Long Yuan furiously glared at Inyueru. Inyueru shook her head and sighed as she looked at Long Yuan. You're the one who has the closest relationship with me in the Hagami Munmyun. You have a strong personality, and the future will be filled with hardships. There are some things that will be lost by the time you wake up to them. When the time comes, you won't be able to obtain what you want. Why bother? Why bother? Inyueru, are you cursing me? Long Yuan coldly stared at Inyueru. This isn't a curse. This is the will of the heavens. Inyueru shook her head. There are far too few people in this world that can change their fate. Inyueru suddenly thought of a person. The corner of her mouth rose into a slight smile. She didn't know if that person could succeed. Where did you learn the heavens divination from, Master? Long Yuan's expression drastically changed. She paused for a moment before continuing, You'll die! Everyone will die. Inyueru smiled as she meaningfully continued. Only after learning the heavens divination did I understand Master's good intentions. Ancestor Formless once said that the highest virtue is like water. It benefits all living things, but it doesn't compete. I didn't understand it in the past, but after learning the heavens divination, I finally understood. All creation is actually just an illusion. It's just an illusion in an eternity. Only those who can break through the illusion can turn everything into reality. What are you talking about? Long Yuan frowned. Did people who learned the heavens divination all talk so mysteriously? Someone will explain everything to you on my behalf. I have to go. You're on your own. Many a time, no matter how strong one's appearance is, it can't hide the weakness in one's heart. So what if you win? Inyueru smiled faintly as she slowly walked away. Although Long Yuan hated Inyueru, she didn't hate her as much anymore when she heard that Inyueru had learned the heavens divination technique. After all, Inyueru's life and death were already in her hands. If she told anyone that Inyueru had learned the heavens divination, she would die. However, Inyueru had still said it. At the very least, it proved that Inyueru was magnanimous. Perhaps there really was more to Master's death than what Inyueru had said. Long Yuan watched Inyueru leave. Only then did she withdraw her gaze. Although she wouldn't tell anyone that Inyueru had learned the heavens divination, it was impossible for her to forgive Inyueru for the time being. Long Yuan returned to her room and applied medicine to her wounds. She couldn't help but whimper in pain. Her entire body was covered in scars. These scars caused Nye Li's loathing expression to surface in Long Yuan's mind. Nye Li had viewed her as nothing more than a speck of dust. However, the more someone viewed her as a speck of dust, the more she wanted to prove herself to them. Long Yuan's right hand tightly gripped her blanket. Her heart was filled with unwillingness. One day, I will become even stronger. I will no longer be looked down upon by you. Chapter 292. In Nye Li's room, after cultivating for an entire day, he had already exhausted all of his spiritual stones. However, Nye Li's cultivation had only increased by a little. He was still lingering at the pinnacle of the earth fate realm. It was still too difficult for him to step into the heavenly fate realm. The rewards for the Saint Soul Board would only be available in another month. Without sufficient spiritual stones, it would be even more difficult for him to increase his cultivation. He had to think of other ways to obtain spiritual stones. In the Draconic Ruins realm, without spiritual stones, his cultivation would be much slower than others. It didn't matter how high his talent was. Absorbing the heavenly energy from a spiritual stone was equivalent to an ordinary person cultivating for half a month, or even longer. Golden Egg was also anxiously looking at him from the side. As his soul brand deepened, golden egg would soon become Nye Li's spiritual beast. Therefore, Nye Li needed even more spiritual stones. As for Plume Flame God Knees, she had been cultivating in his room for the past few days. Her cultivation had also increased rapidly, but she was also facing a problem. She didn't have enough spiritual stones. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from the door. "Come in," said Nye Li. The one who came in was Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu looked at Nye Li and lightly smiled. "How long has it been since we last met, and you've already caused such a huge commotion?" Nye Li shrugged and helplessly replied, "I didn't take the initiative to look for trouble, but trouble always comes looking for me. That woman, Long Yuan, is really annoying." Xiao Yu looked at Nye Li with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Are you sure that Long Yuan hasn't taken a fancy to you? Why is she only looking for trouble with you? You're thinking too much. That woman has a high opinion of herself and can't bear to see others stronger than her. Therefore, she has provoked me time and time again, so I could only take action. Otherwise, she would really think that no one can deal with her." Nye Li calmly said. He didn't have the slightest favorable impression of Long Yuan. "However, you have to be careful in the near future. You've provoked a lot of people right now, and it's not just Long Yuan. I've received some news that the geniuses of the East District are all in danger. They also noticed you. Previously, their focus was on Long Yuan, but after all, Long Yuan was from the Dragon Seal family. They couldn't do anything to Long Yuan. Later, you entered their sights. He doesn't have a strong background." Xiao Yu reminded Nye Li. "I understand." Nye Li nodded his head. He had already made preparations from the beginning. Even if he were to be suppressed within the Sky Soul Institute, he would be fine as long as his life wasn't in danger. What kind of storms had Nye Li not seen in his previous life? He had experienced so many near-death experiences. What could this little fight in the Sky Soul Institute amount to? "Do you still want to go to the trial grounds?" Xiao Yu asked Nye Li. "Since I've already decided, how can I retreat?" "Of course I have to go," Nye Li said confidently. There were rewards for completing the trial in the trial grounds. It could be spiritual stones or other things. These rewards had to be obtained. Right now, every single spirit stone was extremely precious. Even the essence of a spiritual stone could help him advance. Nye Li let Plume Flame continue to stay here and cultivate. He also left the golden egg at home for Plume Flame God Knees to look after. Then he called Lu Piao and went to the trial grounds with Xiao Yu. The second trial ground they were going to was called the Ghastly Ruins. It was a trial ground opened by an ancestor of the Hagami Minmin. There would be a large number of ghouls in it. Everyone could stay there for 2 days at a time. For every ghouls they killed, they could obtain a soul scale. The more soul scales they had, the more treasures they could exchange for. However, things like soul scales would disappear the moment they were brought outside, and they couldn't be stored in interspatial rings. They could only be stored in cloth bags. Therefore, they had to exchange for all the soul scales at the end of each trial. The Ghastly Ruins could only be entered once a month. The Ghastly Ruins also had a ranking list that recorded the number of ghouls killed in 2 days. Long Yuan, who was ranked 10th, had killed 30,000 ghouls in 2 days. As for Murongyu, who was ranked 1st, he had killed over 90,000 ghouls in 2 days. However, Murongyu was a genius from the previous batch, while Long Yuan was a newcomer. Nye Li took a look. Killing 1,000 ghouls could be exchanged for 30 spiritual stones. In other words, Long Yuan had obtained 900 spiritual stones in 2 days. Aside from that, the soul scales could also be exchanged for other items. There were many ghouls, spiritual stone essences, artifacts, and so on. Nye Li, since that woman Long Yuan obtained 30,000 soul scales, you shouldn't be any worse off than her, right? We're rich. Lu Piao said excitedly. However, you guys have to be careful. The Ghastly Ruins is much more dangerous than the Saint Soul Grounds. There are all sorts of situations that might occur, and there's a chance that someone might come out to stop us. Furthermore, will be sent to different places in the ghastly ruins, so we won't be able to cooperate. Therefore, you guys have to be careful. Warn Xiaoyu. Understood. Nie Li and Lu Piao replied. They were both rather curious about the ghastly ruins. The entrance to the ghastly ruins was a strange whirlpool, with 2 experts guarding it. Whoosh! 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 Nie Li's group of 3 entered the whirlpool, disappearing from the entrance of the ghastly ruins. Not long after Nie Li's group of 3 entered the ghastly ruins, a group of people appeared at the entrance. Do you guys remember what I've told you guys? Do you remember what they look like? Hu Yong glared at everyone and asked in a deep voice, Don't worry, young Master Hu. We'll remember them even if they turn into ashes. We've already reached the heavenly fate realm. So taking care of that brat will be a piece of cake. All right then, you guys can go in. The group of people entered the ghastly ruins with a swish. Hua Ling watched from afar as the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. What a joke. Xiaoyu can't even protect himself. Yet, his subordinates actually provoked so many enemies. Doesn't that mean I can save some energy? However, Hua Ling was still a little worried. After some thought, he sent over a dozen of his subordinates into the ghastly ruins. Aside from them, many others had entered the ghastly ruins as well. However, he didn't know who they were or if they were there for Nie Li's group of 3. At that moment, Nan Men Tianhai and Huang Yu, who had been paying attention to Nie Li's group of 3, couldn't help bitterly smiling. Those 3 brats are too good at causing trouble. They actually have so many people following them into the ghastly ruins. Should we make a move to resolve this? Huang Yu asked. No need. Let them cause a ruckus on their own as long as it doesn't get too big, Nanmen Tianhai said after some thought. Nanmen Tianhai said after thinking for a moment. If there was a problem with the students, how could they, the elders, handle it? The ghastly ruins. Nie Li appeared in a stretch of ruins that stretched for thousands of miles. It was a scene of the end of the world. This place should have been a magnificent building, but for some reason, it had turned into ruins. The sky was dark and gloomy. Occasionally, a group of indistinct ghosts could be seen shuttling back and forth in the sky, letting out sharp screams. Those should be the demon souls. These demon souls were often in groups of hundreds, or even thousands. Even if they were only at the Earth Fate realm, such a large number would be extremely troublesome to deal with. Those demon souls seemed to have smelled the scent of living beings. They all let out sharp screams and swooped down. Soul scales could be obtained by hunting demon souls. The corner of Nie Li's mouth curled into a faint smile. His body rapidly transformed, merging with the Fang Panda. He opened his mouth and condensed a yin-yang blast, blasting it into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The yin-yang blast continuously exploded in the sky. The yin-yang blast instantly devoured over 100 demon souls, and the soul scales fell like rain. These soul scales were the hardest part of the demon souls. Even after being bombarded by the yin-yang blast, they didn't shatter. The remaining demon souls were so frightened by the explosions that they scattered in all directions. Nie Li leaped up and collected the falling soul scales. Then he continued to fly over the ruins, madly using yin-yang blasts to collect the soul scales. It seemed that these demon souls were easy to deal with. He should be able to collect quite a few soul scales in 2 days. Why did the people on the rankings only collect so few soul scales in 2 days? What Nie Li didn't know was that every single one of these demon souls had reached the pinnacle of the Earth Fate realm. They were only a step away from the Heavenly Fate realm. Under normal circumstances, they would be hard to kill, not to mention that they were in groups. Ever since Nie Li came to the Draconic Ruins realm, his strength had greatly increased. He was about to step into the Heavenly Fate realm. Furthermore, the Fang Panda strength was much stronger than Nie Li's. It had completely reached the Heavenly Fate realm. As for the yin-yang blast, its might was more than 10 times stronger than before. Therefore, Nie Li's yin-yang blast could easily sweep through these demon souls. He wondered how Xiao Yu and Lu Piao were doing. Xiao Yu's strength was nearing the 4-star heavenly fate realm, so hunting demon souls shouldn't be a problem. As for Lu Piao, it would probably be a little troublesome. However, although Lu Piao's strength was a little lacking, her mind was still very active. Therefore, Nya Li wasn't too worried about her. Nya Li frantically hunted demon souls. 1,000 soul scales could be exchanged for 30 spiritual stones, which was quite a good deal. Roughly 10 hours later, Nya Li had roughly collected 20,000 soul scales. This speed was already very shocking. It wouldn't be a problem for him to surpass Long Yuan. He might even be able to charge into the top 5 of the demon soul rankings. These soul scales should be condensed from the essence of demon souls. Although the yin-yang blast couldn't destroy them, they would immediately melt when placed in an interspatial ring, just like ice water. Fortunately, 1,000 soul scales would quickly fuse together and turn into a large soul scale. Nya Li stored these large soul scales in a cloth bag. These soul scales should be pretty good materials for forging soul weapons. However, it was a pity that these soul scales couldn't be brought outside and could only be exchanged for other items. Just as Nya Li was hunting demon souls, a powerful aura flew over. A person stood in the air, looking down at Nya Li. It was a youth around the age of 20. He wore black clothes, had a sharp gaze and an arrogant expression. He carried a huge sword on his back, and the aura he emitted was like an unsheathed sword. Nya Li's heart trembled when he sensed this person's aura. This person's aura was much stronger than Xiao Yu's. He was probably at the 5 fate, heavenly fate realm, or even higher. Chapter 293. This youth's name was Morongyu. Earlier, he'd been practicing his sword intent and killing demon souls. Morongyu had firmly occupied the number 1 spot on the Ghastly Ruins hunting ranking. It had been a long time since anyone had challenged him. However, while he was practicing his sword intent, he was alarmed by an explosion and followed the sound of it to find his way here. When they arrived, Morongyu noticed that Nya Li was in the middle of hunting demon souls. Nya Li continuously spat out 2 balls of light, 1 black and 1 white. When the balls of light collided and exploded, they instantly swept through the area, killing hundreds of thousands of demon souls. The speed at which they hunted was simply astonishing. Nya Li's strength was much weaker than his, but the speed at which he hunted demon souls was much faster than him. Morongyu couldn't help furrowing his brows. There was actually someone who'd integrated with a low-grade demon spirit, like the Fang Panda. Even in some lesser realms, the Fang Panda was a low-grade demon spirit that no one cared about. However, he never imagined that this Fang Panda would be so powerful that it could execute such a strange Yuan Qi explosion. Not only that, it was also so powerful. With how fast Nya Li was killing demon souls, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed him on the Ghastly Ruins ranking. Nya Li stared at Morongyu. This person had appeared out of nowhere and made him feel his powerful aura. Just what was his intention? The confrontation between the 2 of them attracted the attention of several people. One was the strongest genius of the previous batch, Morongyu, and the other was the strongest genius of this batch, Nya Li. What was going to happen between the 2 of them? Aside from Huyang's subordinates, there were also Hua Ling's subordinates among those who were watching from afar. However, they still didn't understand the situation, so they didn't dare to approach. After all, Morongyu's strength wasn't something they could match. "You're Nya Li." Morongyu's gaze swept across Nya Li's body with a trace of scrutiny. Nya Li hadn't broken through to the heavenly fate realm. However, for this batch's newcomers, Nya Li's strength could be considered pretty good. "That's right. And who are you?" Nya Li stared straight at Morongyu, even though he could feel the powerful pressure coming from him. However, he still didn't lower his head. "Morongyu," Morongyu said proudly. Amongst the younger generation, the majority should already know his name. Morongyu? When Nya Li entered the Ghastly Ruins, he had already noticed that the person who ranked first on the hunting leaderboard of the land of Ghastly Ruins. It was Morongyu. However, Nieli had never heard of Morong-Yu's name before. What was Morong-Yu trying to do by showing up here? At this moment, one of Hua Ling's subordinates shouted from afar, "Senior Brother Morong!" We've long since heard of Senior Apprentice Brother Morong's great name, and we greatly admire Senior Apprentice Brother Morong's character. However, there are some newcomers who aren't that respectful towards Senior Apprentice Brother Morong. Nieli said that Senior Brother Morong was just a pile of dog shit and that he would soon trample Senior Brother Morong under his feet. We were not convinced and argued with him, but we were not his match in terms of strength. Morong-Yu's eyes narrowed as his expression turned cold. A boundless aura pressed down on Nieli. Nieli coldly snorted, "Is that true?" Morong-Yu's cultivation was at least 5 fate, or even higher. His aura was like Mount Tai pressing down on Nieli, as if it wanted to make his body explode. After all, Nieli had yet to reach the heavenly fate realm. The difference in strength between him and Morong-Yu was too great. Nieli instantly understood Morong-Yu's intentions. With Morong-Yu's intelligence, he'd be a fool to believe Hua Ling's men. However, Morong-Yu needed an excuse to suppress Nieli, and Hua Ling's men just happened to provide him with one. The geniuses of every generation. They were all afraid of the next generation's geniuses. If they won, it would be a matter of course. If they lost, they would become the next generation's stepping stone. Just like Morong-Yu. He was also constantly challenging the previous generation's Li Xingyun. Nieli was this generation's most outstanding genius, while Morong-Yu was the previous generation's most outstanding. It wouldn't be long before Nieli would challenge Morong-Yu. Therefore, Morong-Yu wanted to make the first move and suppress Nieli, trying to incriminate. Why worry about not having a pretext? With your intelligence, you wouldn't believe those vile people who speak without thinking, right? As Nieli spoke, he gathered his heavenly energy to resist the powerful aura. After understanding the key points, he began to think of a countermeasure. Unfortunately, he was still at the pinnacle of the Earth Fate realm. He was still a step away from the heavenly fate realm. Although his cultivation speed was already extremely fast, reaching the pinnacle of the Earth Fate realm in just over a year, there was still a huge gap between him and Morong-Yu. Feeling Morong-Yu's powerful aura pressing down on him, Nieli was clearly trying to bully the weak. However, for the time being, Nieli couldn't resist. In the Draconic Ruins realm, the weak had no dignity. Nieli had displayed his powerful talent. Although he'd received the attention of the higher-ups, he'd also become a formidable opponent for many of his peers. They couldn't wait for someone to step on Nieli. A general success was built on the bones of 10,000 people. The path of cultivation was to step on the heads of others to climb up. Naturally, Morong-Yu was well aware of this fact. If he could step on Nieli, he'd be able to receive more attention and more cultivation resources. Only with strength could one have dignity. No matter how loud the weak yell, no one would listen. Morong-Yu coldly snorted. "So you're saying that this brother has wrongly accused you?" Asterisk boom. Asterisk a powerful force swept over. Nieli felt as if his chest had been smashed by a hammer. The suffocating pressure made it hard for him to breathe. Rage, boundless rage, surged within him. Nieli clenched his fists. In his fanged panda form, the fur on his body turned scarlet. "It looks like you're still unconvinced." Morong-Yu coldly looked down at Nieli. "Today, I'll properly teach you a lesson. If you want to continue staying in the Sky Soul Institute, then you'll have to respect your seniors." Morong-Yu growled. His voice turned into sound blades that rumbled towards Nieli. Morong-Yu still hadn't used his sword, but his voice contained his sword intent. Nieli sensed the terrifying sound blade descending towards him. He felt the threat of death looming over him. Nieli violently roared. He opened his mouth and spat out a yin-yang blast towards Morong-Yu's sound blades. Boom! The yin-yang blast exploded in the sky, shattering many of the sound blades. However, there was still one sound blade that shot towards Nieli. It was as fast as lightning. This won't do. The difference in cultivation is too great. Unless I use some secret technique that stimulates my potential, I won't be able to fight against an expert of this level. Sensing the sound blade shooting towards him, Nya Li immediately dodged. Uft! Although the sound blade brushed past Nya Li's body, the aftershock still left a 3 to 4 inch wound on Nya Li's body. Blood splattered everywhere. The aftershock sent Nya Li tumbling a few times. With great difficulty, he finally stabilized his footing. Clutching his wound, he glared at Morongyu. The difference in strength was too great. There was no way he could defeat his opponent. If he continued to stay here, he'd only suffer more humiliation. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Now that Morongyu had found an opportunity, he definitely wouldn't let it go. Morongyu looked down at Nya Li from the sky. His aura constantly pressured towards Nya Li, as if he wanted to crush Nya Li's body. He slightly retracted his right hand, and Nya Li's pouch containing the soul scales flew towards Morongyu. Morongyu caught it with his hand and coldly laughed. Your strength is only SOSO. You haven't even reached the heavenly fate realm, yet you've relied on cheating methods to obtain so many soul scales. These soul scales shouldn't belong to you, so I'll confiscate them. These 20,000 soul scales had taken Nya Li 10 hours to collect. What kind of cheating method was that? The ghastly ruins didn't restrict the methods that the Sky Soul Institute's disciples could use to collect soul scales. As long as they were able to obtain soul scales, then it would be considered a skill. Morongyu wasn't an enforcer of the Sky Soul Institute. What right did he have to take away Nya Li's soul scales? However, the stronger one had the final say. Without sufficient strength, the current Nya Li couldn't contend against Morongyu. Strength. Without strength, one couldn't even maintain their dignity. That was the rule of the Draconic Ruins realm. In his previous life, Nya Li had encountered all sorts of injustices, far more than what he had encountered in this life. Nya Li slightly narrowed his eyes. What Morongyu had taken from him, sooner or later, he would make Morongyu take it back. Junior brother, you seem a little dissatisfied. But so what if you're dissatisfied? You should know how to respect your seniors in the future, right? Otherwise, you'd be wasting your senior brother's good intentions. Morongyu's lips curved into a mocking smile as he sent a palm strike towards Nya Li's face. Morongyu wasn't willing to give up. He seemed to have made up his mind to ruthlessly humiliate Nya Li. He wanted to make it so that Nya Li would never be able to raise his head again. He wanted to leave a shadow on his path of cultivation, forever stopping him from moving forward. When Morongyu sensed the incoming palm energy, he lowered his guard a little. A chilling light flashed across Nya Li's eyes as he recalled the Fang Panda and merged with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. At the same time, he activated the Void Form combat skill. As Nya Li disappeared into thin air, Morongyu's palm strike slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Morongyu's palm strike missed and furrowed his brows for a moment. His gaze searched for traces of Nya Li, but he couldn't find Nya Li. Just what's going on? Why did Nya Li suddenly disappear? Before Nya Li disappeared, Morongyu seemed to have seen Nya Li merge with another demon spirit. Just what was going on? Could it be that a person could merge with a second demon spirit? Morongyu never thought that Nya Li would have such a trick up his sleeve. Nya Li actually managed to escape. Morongyu was furious as he continuously searched for traces of Nya Li. Ever since Nya Li's continuous cultivation, his Shadow Devil Demon Spirit's Void Form combat skill could be maintained for a much longer period of time than before. Nya Li slowly moved towards the densely packed buildings. After all, there was a limit to how long the Void Form combat skill could last. If he wanted to avoid Morongyu's pursuit, he'd have to think of another way. Chapter 294. Nya Li's cultivation speed was already extremely fast. In his previous life, Li had spent over 100 years to reach the heavenly fate realm. But in this life, Li had only spent a little more than a year to reach the threshold of the heavenly fate realm. If he continued to cultivate, his cultivation speed would become slower and slower. However, his current strength was still too weak. He couldn't control his own destiny. Li felt a pressing pressure. In the draconic ruins realm, it wasn't enough to be diligent or talented. He also needed a large amount of cultivation resources, especially spiritual stones or spiritual stone essences. Many geniuses from the lower realms would seek refuge with the major families and become their subordinates. Only a few of them would be able to grow by themselves. Li wasn't willing to join the other families and be controlled by others. This meant that his future path would be extremely difficult. Everyone around him, including Morongyu, would do everything in their power to stop him from obtaining more cultivation resources. Hua Ling's subordinates' words had only given him an excuse. Most importantly, Li wasn't strong enough. Furthermore, he didn't have any backing. That's why Morongyu dared to suppress him. Morongyu searched the surroundings, but he couldn't find Li. He furrowed his brows. Could it be that Li had used some kind of spatial secret technique and escaped somewhere else? At this moment, Hua Ling's subordinate flew over and scanned the surroundings. However, he couldn't find any traces of Li. That brat Li ran away. He glanced at Morongyu and lightly smiled. Senior Brother Morong, that brat shouldn't have gone far. We should be able to catch up to him. Morongyu glanced at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. He walked to his side and suddenly threw a punch at the man's abdomen. He coldly smiled. I don't like that brat Li, nor do I like you. I hate it when people use me as a tool. After taking Morongyu's punch, the man instantly curled up like a shrimp, his face contorted from the pain. You. That person glared at Morongyu, even though he was also a two-fate expert. However, he was still a far cry from Morongyu. You dare to glare at me? Morongyu lifted his foot and stomped on that person's head, smashing it into the ground as a sinister sneer appeared on his face. You have to respect the strong, do you understand? Senior Brother Morong? I'm sorry. That person felt as if his head was about to explode and finally spat out a few words with difficulty. That's right. Morongyu snorted as he picked up the sack of soul scales from the man's body. I've only killed a little over 2,000 demon souls. What trash! Morongyu calmly put away all the soul scales. That person was filled with rage, but his head was still being stepped on by Morongyu. He forced a smile and said, Senior Brother Morong, please excuse me. I only have these soul scales on me. Senior Brother Morong, you can have them all. Morong, you kicked the man and laughed heartily. That's more like it. Bark like a dog 3 times and I'll let you go. Woof, woof, woof. The man hesitated for a long time as he felt Morongyu's footsteps getting heavier and heavier. Finally, he opened his mouth to bark 3 times. Morongyu laughed maniacally. Not bad, not bad. You've really learned it well. Although he'd entered his void form state, Li was still able to see everything clearly. Morongyu was even more vile than Long Yuan in his previous life. Fortunately, he'd used the void form technique to avoid Morongyu's attack. Otherwise, he'd probably end up even more miserable than that man. Without strength, one could only be bullied by others. Li tightly clenched his fists as he slowly moved towards a pile of rubble. With the rubble as a barrier, he slowly moved towards the rubble. With the rubble in his way, he dispelled the void form technique and immediately activated the swift step technique. His entire body turned into a streak of light as he dashed into the distance. He felt a slight change in his aura. Morongyu furrowed his brows and coldly snorted. I didn't expect you to be so fast. However, it won't be that easy to escape from my grasp. Just as Morongyu was about to chase after Li, he suddenly thought of something and stopped in his tracks. The corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Since you're so skilled in hunting demon souls and you're so fast, I'll let you continue hunting them. I'll deal with you later. If Morong Yu captured Nyeli, he'd only be able to teach Nyeli a lesson at most. If he made Nyeli miserable, someone might come out to protect Nyeli. It was better to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Nyeli flew for several hundred miles, but when he didn't see Morong Yu chasing after him, he furrowed his brows. With Morong Yu's strength, if he caught up to him, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. After thinking about it for a moment, he understood. You want to use me? No way. He'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Since he'd fallen into Morong Yu's trap, he'd just leave. If he continued to hunt for demon souls, it was very likely that Morong Yu would be the one to benefit. Nyeli never imagined that he'd suffer such a huge setback after entering the ghastly ruins. It seemed that his method of hunting demon souls for spiritual stones wasn't feasible. Aside from Morong Yu, there were too many people watching him. Even if he managed to hunt a lot of demon souls, it would still be easy for them to be snatched away. When Morong Yu had dealt with him, Nanmen Tianhai and Huang Yu hadn't shown themselves. Nyeli reckoned that those two elders wouldn't make a move within a certain range. Furthermore, Hua Ling's and Huyang's subordinates were also gathered in the ghastly ruins. Nyeli couldn't have any peace. Nyeli didn't know how Lu Piao and Xiao Yi were doing. However, the ghastly ruins was huge. Finding them would be a little difficult. Lu Piao and Xiao Yi definitely wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. At most, they'd encounter some setbacks. Staying here would be a waste of time. Nyeli headed towards the exit of the ghastly ruins. At the entrance of the ghastly ruins, Nyeli retreated. At the entrance of the ghastly ruins, many people were stunned when they saw Nyeli. They never imagined that Nyeli would leave so quickly. Did you guys know? That kid, Nyeli, was hunting demon souls in the ghastly ruins. In the end, he was beaten up by Morong Yu, and all his soul scales were taken away. That kid knows his place. If he continues to stay in the ghastly ruins, he'll only get beaten up. Who told that kid to offend so many people? Morong Yu was the #1 genius in the previous tournament. For Nyeli to provoke him, he's simply courting death. Who knew how many people rejoiced in Nyeli's misfortune when he suffered a setback in the ghastly ruins? After Nyeli displayed such astonishing talent, many people viewed Nyeli as a competitor. Only by locking down Nyeli's path of obtaining spiritual stones would they be able to slow down Nyeli's cultivation. The Saint Soul Board's ranking couldn't stop Nyeli. However, the ghastly ruins and the Inflame Wasteland were two great training grounds. Nyeli could forget about obtaining any benefits from them. If he wanted to obtain more spiritual stones, the only way was to head to the outside world. However, the outside world was even more dangerous than the two great training grounds. Sensing the hostility from these people, Nyeli understood that these people would definitely stop him from obtaining spiritual stones at all costs. Without spiritual stones, he wouldn't be able to cultivate. Not to mention that his cultivation required a lot of spiritual stones. As Nyeli walked, he pondered what methods he could use to obtain more spiritual stones. As of now, Nyeli's strength was still too weak. There were many methods that he couldn't use. Even if he could treat people's illnesses and obtain rewards, it would take a long time, and there was no guarantee that no one would stop him. He couldn't afford to waste time. He thought of the arrogant and overbearing Morong Yu, the demon lord who was constantly improving, and the terrifying Holy Emperor. He thought of all the things he might encounter in the future. If he didn't quickly increase his strength, he would be stretched thin in the future. What if something uncontrollable happened? Nyeli carefully pondered and thought of the nightmare demon pot. He'd always been unwilling to let anyone else know of its location. But now that his path of obtaining spiritual stones had been sealed, even if he reached the heavenly fate realm and could head to the outside world, there would still be many people who wanted to teach Nyeli a lesson. Nyeli had no other choice. If he used the nightmare demon pot, Xiao Yu and Lu Piao wouldn't be able to help. Only Gu Bei could. According to Nia Li's observations of Gu Bei, coupled with the fact that Nia Li had saved Gu Bei's older sister, Gulan, Gu Bei could be considered a person who kept her promises. Thinking of that, Nia Li wandered around the Sky Soul Institute for a long time. He'd used the void form combat technique several times to avoid the gazes of many people, then entered Gu Bei and Gulan's courtyard. Once inside, Nia Li found Gulan quietly cultivating on a chair. Gulan wore a white silk dress with a blanket covering her legs. She seemed to have reached a critical point in her cultivation. Strands of white mist were constantly emitting from her body, and her body was already soaked in sweat. One could vaguely see her fair skin and light pink chest wrap, making her look extremely sexy. Although the skin on Gulan's face was still as pale as before, her slender hands had an additional trace of blood. Nia Li awkwardly retracted his gaze and stood to the side, patiently waiting. Since Gu Bei wasn't here, he could only wait for Gulan to finish her cultivation. After roughly a quarter of an hour, Gulan finally opened her eyes. After seeing Nia Li, she faintly smiled and said, "Mister, you've been waiting for a long time?" "I didn't have to wait for a long time. This residence doesn't seem to be very safe, so I easily came in. However, if there's anything rude, please forgive me." Nia Li cupped his hands and said. Gulan smiled and said, "I've been crippled for a long time, so I no longer have any value to them. But if I die, I'm afraid it will cause a great shock. Ordinary people don't dare to do that." Nia Li understood what Gulan meant. His gaze fell on Gulan's body, but he quickly retracted it. His voice slightly paused and said, "I don't know if Sister Gulan's body is better?" Gulan lowered her head to take a look. Only then did she discover that her body was drenched in sweat. A smear of red flashed across her pale face. She slightly circulated her internal energy, and the sweat on her body quickly evaporated. She said, "Thank you for your concern, mister. I feel much better after taking the medicine that Mister prescribed." Nia Li nodded. It was more or less awkward to be alone with Gulan. He didn't know when Gu Bei would come back. Chapter 295. Just as Nia Li and Gulan were at a loss for words, Gu Bei walked in. "Nia Li, why are you here?" Gu Bei was stunned for a moment. "Rumor has it that you and Morongyu had a conflict in the ghastly ruins." Gu Bei paused for a moment. "You don't have to give me any face. What conflict? I haven't even reached the heavenly fate realm. So how could I possibly be his opponent? Naturally, I was trampled on. Not only that, he even took away my soul scale," said Nia Li. She never thought that Nia Li would admit it so frankly. Gu Bei rubbed her head and smiled. "Then what are you going to do? Morongyu is still very strong. I'm afraid that we won't be his opponent. I can only endure it for now." "I have something that I need your help with," said Nia Li calmly. Gulan couldn't help raising her head to look at Nia Li. If it was any other youth, they'd probably be unable to restrain their anger. She never thought that Nia Li would be able to endure it so calmly. Gu Bei patted her chest and said, "What do you need? Just tell me. I'll do my best." Nia Li said, "I want you to help me purchase demon spirits. Ordinary growth rates, good growth rates, and excellent growth rates are all fine. The more, the better." Hearing Nia Li's words, Gu Bei was stunned for a moment. "I don't know why you're collecting so many demon spirits. Most of the creatures in the Draconic Ruins realm are high-grade life forms. Many of them possess the dragon bloodline. They're much better than the ordinary demon spirits you want. I don't need demon spirits with the dragon bloodline. If it's just an ordinary demon spirit, unless it has an extraordinary growth rate or a god-level growth rate, then it'll be useful. An ordinary demon spirit with a low growth rate is basically useless." Gu Bei curiously asked, "If you want to integrate with a demon spirit, I can definitely help you get a better one. I have my own use for it. I'll pay you back how much you spent on these ordinary demon spirits." Nia Li said, I need a lot, the more the better. It doesn't cost much to get some ordinary demon spirits, although the Draconic Ruins realm doesn't have them. However, there are a lot of them in other small worlds. I can send some people to hunt them, and I'll be able to help you get a lot in no time. Gubei thought for a moment and said, Then I'll leave it to you. Nieli smiled. Why are you being so polite? We're all good brothers, and you even saved my sister. Gubei chuckled. Very quickly, Gubei sent a few Heavenly Fate realm experts to the various realms to hunt ordinary demon spirits. For Heavenly Fate realm experts, doing such a thing was naturally a piece of cake. Due to Nie Li's order, this matter must be done very secretly, so Gubei sent people. They were all trusted subordinates. In a day's time, Gubei's people obtained over 20,000 demon spirits from the nearest small world. After obtaining the first batch of demon spirits, Nie Li returned to his room and started refining. Among these 20,000 demon spirits, there were quite a few with good or excellent growth rates. Nie Li began refining. He placed 10 demon spirits of the same level into the nightmare demon pot and started refining. It's been a long time since he last refined a demon spirit. However, Nie Li was still very familiar with the process. Refining failed. Refining failed. Refining succeeded. After refining again and again, the nightmare demon pot continued to produce demon spirits with higher growth rates. As the number of demon spirits refined increased, the nightmare demon pot continued to absorb the energy from the shattered demon spirits. Nie Li stayed in his room and continuously refined demon spirits. Out of the 20,000 ordinary demon spirits, he finally refined 30 God-level growth rate demon spirits. Under normal circumstances, a God-level growth rate demon spirit without a dragon bloodline could be sold for 30 to 50 spiritual stones. That was already a lot. After all, they were ordinary students. Aside from people like Gubei, who had an aristocratic family background, it would be extremely difficult to gather 30 to 50 spiritual stones. But for people like Gubei, who had an aristocratic family background, the demon spirits they integrated with would definitely contain a dragon bloodline. Even those with ancient bloodlines wouldn't buy ordinary demon spirits, even if they had a god-level growth rate. Although Morongyu, Huyong, and the others were thinking of all sorts of ways to stop Nie Li from obtaining spiritual stones, Nie Li wouldn't resign himself to death. If he couldn't obtain spiritual stones from the ghastly ruins, then he'd have to find another way. Could a living person die from not being able to pee? With enough spiritual stones, Nie Li's cultivation would soar by leaps and bounds. Sooner or later, he'd surpass Morongyu. Lu Piao and Xiao Yu returned to the courtyard. When Nie Li saw Lu Piao's bruised face, he curiously asked, Lu Piao, what happened to you? Don't mention it. I hunted over 3,000 soul scales in the Draconic Ruins realm, but they were all stolen by Hua Ling's bastards. They even gave me a beating. Lu Piao angrily said. Just thinking about it made him angry. Xiao Yu bitterly smiled. I also ran into some trouble. Fortunately, they weren't strong enough to do anything to me. However, after 2 days, I only managed to hunt over 5,000 soul scales. I heard that you came out a day ago. Yeah, I ran into Morongyu, and he took all 20,000 soul scales I hunted. Nie Li nodded his head. It seemed that he wasn't the only one. Even Xiao Yu and Lu Piao had been targeted. Xiao Yu was slightly stronger, so she could still resist, but Lu Piao couldn't. Originally, with the three of them's strength, their harvest in the ghastly ruins should have been pretty good. However, it was all ruined by those bastards. Lu Piao sullenly said, No wonder Morongyu broke his record when we came out. He managed to collect 120,000 soul scales in one go. I've got some spiritual stones here. You guys can use them first, said Xiao Yu as he took out the 160 spiritual stones he'd exchanged for. This was the most he'd ever obtained. After all, his current strength wasn't the same as before. It was a pity that he only had one chance a month. Otherwise, he could have obtained even more. Although Xiaoyu had obtained 160 spiritual stones, which was already a lot, it still wasn't enough. The heavenly energy contained in 1 to 200 spiritual stones couldn't even cause a ripple in Nia Li's soul realm. Nia Li shook his head. No need. I have a way to obtain spiritual stones. Those people want to seal off our path of obtaining spiritual stones. How can we let them have their way? Come, let's make a trip to the Sky Soul Institute's market. Why are we going to the market? To sell demon spirits. Nia Li's eyes flickered. He'd once considered asking Gubei to help him sell the god level growth rate demon spirits. However, after some thought, he decided to sell them himself. After all, it wasn't good to always ask Gubei for help. Furthermore, if Nia Li were to sell the god level growth rate demon spirits, he could use the excuse that they came from the tiny world. As for others who didn't believe him, they could go to the tiny world and investigate. They wouldn't be able to enter the tiny world anyways. However, Nia Li would definitely encounter some obstructions when he sold the god level growth rate demon spirits. Nia Li was already mentally prepared. Those people wouldn't dare to do anything in the Sky Soul Institute, so he'd sell as much as he could. The Sky Soul Institute's market was bustling with activity. Students were everywhere, trading all sorts of items. Nia Li's group of 3 also appeared in the market. Nia Li, in this battle, I've realized that an artifact is too important. The opponent I met this time had strength similar to mine. However, he had a grade 2 artifact in his hand. No matter how I fought, I wasn't his opponent. But from what I can see, a grade 2 artifact is selling for 60 to 70 spiritual stones. Lu Piao was a little depressed. She felt that she was poor. Back in the day, they'd be famous in Glory City. Every time they made a move, they'd be able to sell tens of millions of demon spirit coins. But here, people didn't recognize demon spirit coins. Lu Piao could only look at the treasures being sold in the market with envy. The news that Nia Li was selling god level growth rate demon spirits immediately attracted the attention of many students. Did you guys hear? That new student called Nia Li wants to sell a god level growth rate demon spirit. Does it have a dragon bloodline inheritance? How is that possible? A demon spirit with a dragon bloodline inheritance and a god level growth rate is priceless. It's just an ordinary god level growth rate demon spirit. That's meaningless. A god level growth rate is already very good. After all, in the pocket dimension, there's only 1 in a million demon spirits with a god level growth rate. Everyone was discussing. A god level growth rate demon spirit was still very attractive to ordinary students. Everyone was guessing that Nia Li's source of spiritual stones had been sealed, so he'd started selling his belongings. The news of Morongyu suppressing Nia Li in the ghastly ruins and snatching away Nia Li's soul scale had long since spread. Nia Li's momentum was indeed very strong. However, the bird that pokes its head out will be hit. Therefore, it was reasonable for Nia Li to be suppressed. This was the rule of the Sky Soul Institute, who told Nia Li to have no background, and yet have a talent that would make others jealous. God level growth rate demon spirits for sale. Fresh god level growth rate demon spirits. 50 spiritual stones for 1. Buy 3, get 1 free. Lu Piao shouted, her voice spreading far and wide. Nia Li wanted to sell as many god level growth rate demon spirits as possible before Hualing and Huyang's men arrived. 50 spiritual stones for 1 was an extremely cheap price. Furthermore, it was buy 3, get 1 free. This immediately attracted many people's attention. However, at the same time, they were also guessing how many god level growth rate demon spirits Nia Li had. After all, it was a god level growth rate demon spirit. Therefore, it attracted a lot of people's interest. More and more people came to inquire about it. Very quickly, 2 transactions were completed. 2 god-level growth rate demon spirits were sold at a slightly cheaper price, with a total of 93 spiritual stones. Previously, there were still many people who were watching on the sidelines. However, when they found out that someone had indeed bought a god-level growth rate demon spirit from Nelly, they were tempted. Some people couldn't take out so many spiritual stones at once, so they decided to pool the money first. God-level growth rate demon spirits were relatively rare in the market. It was rare to see one. Nyali suddenly selling so many god-level growth rate demon spirits was like throwing a stone into a calm lake. Chapter 296. Several god-level growth rate demon spirits were sold one after another. Many students were confused as to where Nya Li's group of 3 had gotten so many god-level growth rate demon spirits. Could it be that the tiny world was so miraculous? Aside from heaven's spiritual root geniuses, it could also produce god-level growth rate demon spirits? Just as Nya Li's group was selling their god-level growth rate demon spirits, a group of people walked towards Nya Li. The one leading the group was a valiant youth, roughly in his 20s. He had a well-defined face, a dignified expression, and a majestic gait. As he walked over, a powerful heat wave assaulted Nya Li's face. The heat wave that assaulted Nya Li's face seemed to contain some sort of astonishing power. After sensing this power, Nya Li's gaze fell on the youth and sized him up. This youth's strength was even stronger than Morong Yu's. Furthermore, he cultivated the Ashen Flames family's Longyan 9 transformations cultivation technique. His body contained an extremely powerful aura of Longyan. Longyan hadn't returned from the outside world yet, so he should be around 8-9 fate. This youth was from the Ashen Flames family. The dozen or so people behind him were also experts from the Ashen Flames family. The Ashen Flames family was one of the 3 peak forces of the Hagami Myunmyun. They were one of the more moderate and neutral ones. They rarely participated in the competition for the patriarch's position. However, their strength couldn't be underestimated. They were the target of the previous patriarch's recruitment. This family was extremely mysterious. In Nya Li's previous life, when the Hagami Myunmyun split apart, the Ashen Flames family became independent and still stood strong. The youth glanced at Nya Li and lightly smiled. I heard that you guys are selling god-level growth rate demon spirits here. That's right. Nya Li nodded. He carefully observed the youth's attitude, trying to guess his intentions. How many god-level growth rate demon spirits do you have left? I'll buy them all according to your price. The youth said in a deep and decisive voice. Lu Piao's brows slightly twitched as a trace of joy appeared on her face. They'd met a rich man. He actually wanted to buy all of their demon spirits. Nya Li calmly asked, How should I address you, young master? He tried to guess the other party's identity. The young man's gaze landed on Nya Li as a faint smile appeared on his face. You must be Nya Li. I've heard of you. Among this batch of rookies, only you and Long Yuan are interesting. My name is Li Xingyun, Ashen Flames family. Nya Li recalled. In his previous life, there was indeed such a person in Hagami Myunmyun. He seemed to have competed for the position of the Ashen Flames family's patriarch, but failed. Afterwards, he retired. However, after he left Hagami Myunmyun, he became an overlord of a region. This fellow was also a super genius. His fame outside of Hagami Myunmyun was much greater than that of Bell and Long Yuan. However, he was also a controversial person. It was difficult to distinguish between good and evil, but he had friends all over the world, and he also had a group of loyal brothers. Such a person should have some spirit. Nya Li said, We still have 24 god-level growth rate demon spirits here. Hearing Nya Li's words, Li Xingyun's brows slightly twitched. He was pleasantly surprised. He never thought that Nyali would have so many god-level growth rate demon spirits. He thought that after Nyali sold so many, it would be pretty good if he had 5 or 6 left. Li Xingyun revealed a satisfied smile and said, "No matter how many god-level growth rate demon spirits you have, I can eat them all. It's a pity that none of the god-level growth rate demon spirits you sold have a dragon bloodline. It would be even better if they had a dragon bloodline and a growth rate of excellent or higher." Although Li Xingyun was only the third-in-line successor of the Ashen Flames family, he had thousands of geniuses under him. Furthermore, his financial power was astonishing. It wouldn't be a problem for him to eat all these god-level growth rate demon spirits. If there are such demon spirits in the future, I will contact young Master Li. I will contact young Master Li. Nya Li lightly smiled. Oh, Li Xingyun never imagined that Nya Li would actually say such a thing. Could it be that Nya Li had some way to get his hands on god-level growth rate demon spirits? Li Xingyun recruited talents from all over the world. Anything that could improve the strength of his subordinates was something that Li Xingyun didn't care about. He wouldn't be stingy with his money. Li Xingyun proudly said, "As long as you have any god-level growth rate demon spirits, you can contact me. No matter how many you have, I'll accept them all." Nya Li didn't know how wealthy Li Xingyun was. However, as the successor of a powerful family, Li Xingyun should have a lot of assets. Seeing how Li Xingyun had bought so many god-level growth rate demon spirits so straightforwardly, Nya Li clearly had the ambition to fight for hegemony. It was obvious that they had the ambition to fight for hegemony. Nya Li came to an understanding after linking it with the rumors from his previous life. Being on good terms with such a person would definitely be beneficial for him. Lu Piao quickly calculated and said, 24 god-level growth rate demon spirits for 900 spiritual stones. All right. Li Xingyun straightforwardly took out 900 spiritual stones and tossed them to Lu Piao. Nya Li also handed over the remaining 24 god-level growth rate demon spirits to Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun stored all the demon spirits and patted Nya Li's shoulder. "I like you a lot. If you're interested in joining me, feel free to look for me. I'll definitely treat you courteously. If you're not willing, then forget it. Also, if you have any god-level growth rate demon spirits, you can sell them to me." Many thanks for young Master Li's appreciation. If I have any god-level growth rate demon spirits, I'll definitely look for you. Nya Li lightly smiled. Nya Li wasn't interested in the internal struggle for power within the Ashen Flames family. Who knew if Li Xingyun could win? Who knows? She might lose just like she did in his previous life. Currently, the Hagami Munyan was in chaos. There were some experts loyal to the Hagami Munyan that could only watch as the Hagami Munyan fought for power, but there was nothing they could do. Furthermore, the internal struggle for power within the major families was also very serious. The division of the Hagami Munyan 100 years later wasn't without warning. Nya Li didn't have any intention of relying on him. However, Li Xingyun didn't mind and said, "All right, I'll be waiting for your news." Li Xingyun glanced at the subordinates behind her and said, "Go back and pass a message to Hualing. In the future, Nya Li will be under my protection. Tell them to keep their tricks to themselves. Otherwise, I'll take care of them." "Many thanks, young Master Li." Hearing Li Xingyun's words, Nya Li cupped his hands. In his heart, he knew that Li Xingyun had already investigated his background and recent situation. She knew that Hualing, Huyong, and the rest were looking for trouble with Nya Li's group. However, Li Xingyun only mentioned Hualing and didn't mention Huyong. On one hand, it was to express goodwill. On the other hand, it was to tell Nya Li that as long as Nya Li relied on him or cooperated with him, Li Xingyun could help him solve the remaining troubles. Indeed, he was worthy of being an overlord in his previous life. Although he was only in his 20s, he was already very experienced. "Then we'll take our leave first." Li Xingyun lightly smiled as she turned around and left with her group. The surrounding students watched as Li Xingyun left as they discussed in low voices. I wonder why young Master Li bought so many God-level growth rate demon spirits? Don't you guys know? Young Master Li is very generous to his loyal subordinates. I heard that every one of his subordinates is equipped with a grade 3 artifact at the very least. He bought those God-level demon spirits for his subordinates. Hearing this, the surrounding students couldn't help being moved. Joining a major force was indeed very important to them, especially following a forthright master. That Nya Li sold so many God-level growth rate demon spirits and earned over 1,200 spiritual stones in one go. That's enough for him to cultivate for a long time. Yeah, I wonder where that kid got so many God-level growth rate demon spirits from. They discussed with envy. 1,200 spiritual stones. That wasn't a small amount of wealth. To them, that was simply something they could only look up to. Many of them had worked hard for several years, but they still couldn't get that many spiritual stones. It wasn't just the ordinary students. Not long after Nya Li started selling God-level growth rate demon spirits, Huyang's and Hualing's men also showed up. However, they didn't dare to approach Li Xingyun because she was talking to Nya Li. Very quickly, Nya Li and Li Xingyun came to an agreement. The news of them selling all their God-level growth rate demon spirits and earning over 1,000 spiritual stones reached their ears. Hu Yong was furious. Li Xingyun clearly didn't put him in her eyes. However, he didn't dare to cause trouble for Li Xingyun. Whenever he thought about how Nya Li had obtained over 1,000 spiritual stones, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. He felt extremely unhappy. However, Nan Men Tianhai and Huang Yu had warned him, so he didn't dare to mess around in the Sky Soul Institute. On the other side, when Hua Ling received his subordinate's report, he was so angry that he wanted to smash something. Hua Ling wasn't the only one suppressing Nya Li's group of 3. However, he was the easiest one to deal with, so he'd been given a warning. The more Hua Ling thought about it, the more furious and sullen he became. He hated Li Xingyun. However, with his strength, he didn't dare to provoke Li Xingyun. One must know that Li Xingyun was the third-in-line successor of the Ashen Flames family. Among the younger generation of the Ashen Flames family, she held a lot of weight. Not only could he not cause trouble for Li Xingyun, but he also had to prepare a huge gift to apologize to Li Xingyun. This was to prevent Li Xingyun from thinking about him. As for the future, as long as Nya Li didn't fall out with Li Xingyun, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble for Nya Li. After all, Li Xingyun had already spoken, so how could he still dare to be impudent? At this moment, Nya Li's group of 3 were already heading back to their residences. Nya Li, did you bring all these God-level growth rate demon spirits from the tiny world? Asked Xiaoyu. Even in the tiny world, it shouldn't be possible to find so many God-level growth rate demon spirits. I can't say for now. I'll tell you guys in the future, replied Nya Li. After all, regarding the nightmare demon pot, Nya Li hadn't even told the people closest to him about it. The fewer people that knew about it, the better. If someone leaked it, then it'd be troublesome. Since Li Xingyun could eat so many God-level growth rate demon spirits and wanted more, Nya Li had an even bigger plan. Ordinary God-level growth rate demon spirits weren't that valuable. The truly valuable ones were those demon spirits with dragon bloodlines. Chapter 297. On the third day, it was time for Venerable Red Cell's class again. Gu Bei, Nya Li, and Lu Piao sat together. Nya Li, my subordinates have hunted another 60,000 demon spirits. Gu Bei whispered into Nya Li's ear as she quietly handed an interspatial ring to Nya Li. Inside the ring, it was filled with demon spirits. And thank you. Here are 600 spiritual stones, Nya Li said as he handed Gu Bei a pouch. Gu Bei furrowed her brows for a brief moment as she asked in a dissatisfied tone, "What are you doing?" He wasn't helping Nieli for a reward. Not to mention that those ordinary demon spirits weren't worth much. Nieli giving him money meant that he wasn't treating him as a friend. Nieli patted Gu Bei's shoulder as he lightly smiled. "Help me purchase some dragon bloodline demon spirits. Ordinary, growth rate ones will do." Hearing Nieli's words, Gu Bei's brows relaxed as she straightforwardly replied, "No problem, no problem." That's more like it. Last night, Nieli had used another 200 spiritual stones. This amount of spiritual stones was simply too frightening. For the sake of stable cultivation in the future, Nieli had to find a way to obtain even more spiritual stones. Ordinary god level growth rate demon spirits were far from enough. Therefore, Nieli set his sights on dragon bloodline demon spirits. However, for the time being, he had Gu Bei secretly purchase them. Once he'd purchased enough, he'd slowly integrate them. In this class, Venerable Red Soul lectured on the cultivation of combat skills. He explained the profound in simple terms, and all the students listened attentively. However, Nieli was thinking about his own matters. Through private communication, the students in the class learned about the recent events. Nieli had undoubtedly become the most special person in the class. However, ever since Long Yuan was defeated by Nieli, no one dared to look for trouble with Nieli. At the same time, Nieli also became the focus of all the girls. Long Yuan silently sat in the corner. She looked at Nieli's back. Although she was defeated by Nieli in her previous fight with Nieli, she did not feel the slightest bit of hatred towards Nieli. Instead, she felt a strong curiosity and desire to challenge him. She really wanted to know, how did Nieli cultivate? Nieli seemed to be filled with all sorts of secrets. However, she understood that if she continued to pester Nieli would only loathe her even more. Only by becoming stronger would she have the qualifications to talk to Nieli. Since young, Nieli was the only person of the same age that she was convinced of. He was the only person that she acknowledged in terms of strength. It also made her re-examine what she had done in the past. It made her feel that she had started to change and grow. During this class, the class was unexpectedly calm. Only Venerable Red Soul's lecture could be heard. Nieli's thoughts wandered far away. Ever since he saw his master in the Saint Soul grounds, he hadn't seen his master for a few days. He wondered if his master was still living in that mountain valley. Recalling his previous life, Nieli was filled with longing for his master. After pondering, he decided to find some time to make a trip to that mountain valley. Venerable Red Soul lightly smiled and said, "Cultivating combat skills is the most important. The most important thing is the demon spirit. The demon spirits that you've integrated with so far aren't very strong. Only by reaching the heavenly fate realm will you be able to integrate with powerful demon spirits with dragon bloodlines. As geniuses with heaven's spiritual roots, I hope that the dragon bloodline demon spirits that you guys integrate with will at least have an extraordinary growth rate. This will be extremely beneficial to your future development." Hearing Venerable Red Soul's words, many students from the various small worlds sighed with emotion. A dragon bloodline demon spirit was already extremely expensive. An ordinary growth rate demon spirit would cost 1 or 2 spiritual stones to exchange for. A good growth rate demon spirit would cost 70 to 80 spiritual stones. An excellent growth rate would cost over 1,000 spiritual stones. An extraordinary growth rate was something that only a disciple of a powerful family could enjoy. Furthermore, an ordinary disciple of a powerful family wouldn't be able to obtain one. They had to have a strong background. Where could they find an extraordinary growth rate demon spirit with a dragon bloodline? In comparison, an ordinary god level growth rate demon spirit was much more worthwhile. An ordinary god level growth rate demon spirit was more or less the same as a good growth rate demon spirit with a dragon bloodline, or even a little better. However, the price was cheap and the quality-price ratio was high. Therefore, it was very popular among ordinary disciples. As for a god-level growth rate demon spirit with a dragon bloodline, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was priceless. Even among the 3 major families of Hagami Munyan, only a few hundred people had a god-level growth rate demon spirit with a dragon bloodline. That was the power of strategy, the pinnacle pillar of Hagami Munyan. In recent years, many of Hagami Munyan's pinnacle experts with dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirits had died. Therefore, Hagami Munyan had declined a little. However, as a super sect of the past, its foundation still existed. As long as a few more experts with dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirits were born, Hagami Munyan's glory days would be just around the corner. Because of this, Nya Li's nightmare demon pot was a rare treasure. That's why Nya Li was so cautious every time he integrated with a demon spirit. Venerable Red Soul glanced at the students in discussion and lightly smiled. Of course, an extraordinary growth rate demon spirit with a dragon bloodline is something that can only be chanced upon. If you really can't find one, an excellent growth rate demon spirit isn't bad either. When you guys reach the heavenly fate realm, you can head to the outside world to hunt dragon bloodline demon beasts. At that time, you can slowly look for one. If one didn't have a family background, it was practically impossible to obtain an extraordinary growth rate or even a god-level growth rate demon spirit. Jin Yin glanced at Nya Li's back as the corner of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Nya Li's talent was very strong, far surpassing theirs. But so what? His family had already prepared an extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit for him. When he reached the heavenly fate realm, he could immediately integrate with it. As for Nya Li, if he could find an excellent growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit, that would already be pretty good. Or maybe he might not even have one. This was the difference in status. Even if Nya Li joined a family, that family might not be willing to hand over an extraordinary growth rate demon spirit to Nya Li. After all, if he joined a family, he would only be a dog of that family. The difference in status between him and a direct descendant of that family was too great. Whether it was Hagami Munyan or other sects, geniuses from the lower realms would eventually be tamed by those families and become their subordinates. Their authority would forever be in the hands of those super families. Of course, there were some outstanding geniuses that could establish a sect by themselves. However, in the past tens of thousands of years, only a few of them had managed to do so. Those were already ancient legends. The descendants of those families would enjoy eternal glory. With the protection of their families, even if they made a mistake, as long as it wasn't a capital offense, they would be safe and sound. As for the geniuses from the lower realms, they could only rely on their fates. Sometimes, even if they died, it would only cause others to sigh. This was the Draconic Ruins realm, a world where the sects and families had already developed to the pinnacle. The geniuses from the lower realms thought that the world was fair. However, in the end, their edges and corners would be smoothed out by the cruel reality. In the end, the majority of them would join the major families, using their loyalty in exchange for a future. The shocking talent that Nya Li had displayed had indeed attracted the attention of the higher-ups. The higher-ups would do their best to protect Nya Li's life. However, in the hearts of the higher-ups, the more outstanding a genius was, the more they would need to be polished, lest they lose control one day. The corner of Jin Yan's mouth slightly curved into a cold smile. Everyone that came from the lower realms wanted to climb up. However, they didn't know that sometimes there were thresholds that could never be crossed. Nya Li was the same. He wanted to see how far Nya Li could climb if he didn't join the major families. During the class, Venerable Red Soul explained about demon spirits, as well as his own understanding of integrating with demon spirits, which greatly benefited the students. Soon the class was over. Go back and study more. If you need any answers, you can ask me in the next class." Venerable Red Soul lightly smiled as he continued, "Let's end the class." Nieli, Lu Piao, and Gu Bei walked out together. Gu Bei looked at Nieli and asked, "Nieli, I heard that you sold a lot of ordinary God level growth rate demon spirits." "That's right." Nieli knew that Gu Bei would definitely ask about it. Furthermore, when he contacted Nieli about hunting ordinary demon spirits, Gu Bei would definitely think more about it. Although Gu Bei gave off an unrestrained feeling, she was, in fact, an extremely intelligent person. Gu Bei chuckled and said, "Since you have ordinary God level growth rate demon spirits, we should keep the goodies within our own fields. My cousins of the Gu clan also have a bunch of people under them. They also need something to win over people's hearts. Not to mention anything else, swallowing a few hundred ordinary God level growth rate demon spirits isn't a problem. Of course, those with dragon bloodlines and excellent growth rate and above are even better. As for the price, it definitely won't be any lower than what Li Xinyan offered." The Gu clan was extremely large, and their influence could be found in every branch of the Hagami Mianmian. Naturally, they needed a lot of God-level growth rate demon spirits. "Looks like I didn't think it through enough," said Nieli. He never thought that Gu Bei would also need God-level growth rate demon spirits. He glanced at Gu Bei and asked, "Aren't you going to ask me how I got my God-level growth rate demon spirits?" "That's your secret. Why would I ask?" Gu Bei meaningfully winked at Nieli. Only Lu Piao was confused. "Even if you can swallow so many God-level growth rate demon spirits, where are we going to find them?" Lu Piao was a straightforward person. She wasn't someone who could hide things in her heart. Therefore, Nieli didn't intend to let Lu Piao know about the nightmare demon pot, in case Lu Piao let it slip. Indeed, Gu Bei had guessed it. However, Gu Bei was still very loyal. Nieli gratefully said, "Many thanks. When I get my hands on a God-level growth rate demon spirit, I'll go to your courtyard to look for you." Trading with Gu Bei was naturally much safer. However, the amount that Nieli wanted to sell was something that Gu Bei definitely couldn't digest. Therefore, he couldn't cut off his relationship with Li Xingyun. Chapter 298. Nieli returned to the courtyard and used the nightmare demon pot to refine more God-level growth rate demon spirits. After absorbing a large amount of demon spirits' energy, the success rate of the nightmare demon pot's refinement increased by a lot. Out of the 60,000 demon spirits, close to 100 God-level growth rate demon spirits were produced. Nieli returned to Gu Bei's courtyard alone and handed the God-level growth rate demon spirits to Gu Bei so that Gu Bei could help him sell them. Gu Bei took these demon spirits and sold them to his cousin. Afterwards, he went to help Nieli purchase demon spirits with dragon bloodline inheritance. Coming out of Gu Bei's courtyard, Nieli executed the void form combat technique a few times to avoid the sight of others. He followed the path in his memory and walked forward. The winding path continued to extend into the distance. It passed through patches of dense forest and arrived at a secluded valley. The peach blossoms were in full bloom and the fallen petals were in profusion. It was simply a paradise. This was the place in his memory. The secluded valley, the gurgling stream. The scenes from his previous life appeared in his mind. "Master, you said to cultivate to the level of virtuous like water, to be able to benefit all living things without fighting. But as humans, how can we achieve that? Take me as an example. I was born in a place called Glory City. My family, lover, and friends were all killed. You want me to tell my enemies that virtuous like water? I only believe in an eye for an eye. Give me the slightest chance, and I will kill them all." His master only smiled as he looked at him. Naughty and mischievous disciple, unable to be enlightened. I am indeed unable to be enlightened. Just like in this Hagami Mianmian, there are people who roll their eyes at you everywhere. If I was strong enough, I would make them all kneel in front of you and admit their mistakes. What's wrong with repaying kindness and enmity? His master looked up at the sky. In this world, people struggle bitterly. In the end, it's just an instant. However, water can flow for a long time, nourishing all living things. Li still couldn't understand what his master was saying. Even in this life, he still practiced his own rule, repaying kindness and enmity an eye for an eye. The crisis of Glory City has been resolved. However, there was still a grudge to be avenged. The Demon Lord and the Holy Emperor were not dead. As long as these enemies were still alive, Li would not be able to rest in peace. He would not even be able to sleep soundly. Could it be that he had to use his benevolent heart to influence the Demon Lord and the Holy Emperor? But she treated him really well. As Li walked, he recalled the bits and pieces of his past life. Tears couldn't help but fill his eyes. His master was a gentle person, and also the person Li respected the most. However, good people didn't live long. In his previous life, when his master died, Li wanted nothing more than to kill everyone in Hagami Myunmyun. But in the end, Li didn't go against his master's dying wish. He didn't go on a killing spree. He only caused a huge ruckus. A group of experts from the Hagami Myunmyun were beaten to the ground. But what could he do? Master couldn't be resurrected either. But in this life, he has finally returned. Everything in front of him was so familiar. Li quickened his steps, walked to the door of the cottage and knocked on it. "Please come in." A familiar and pleasant voice sounded. Li walked in and saw his master quietly sitting on the ground. Her expression was calm to the point that not a single ripple could be seen. That kind of ethereal feeling, as if he couldn't sense her existence. Every time he looked at his master, Li would always have a feeling that she was an illusion. He always had a feeling that she would disappear the next moment. Inueru opened her eyes. The corner of her mouth revealed a trace of a smile. She said, "You're here? Have a seat." Vaguely, Li had a feeling that the Inueru in front of him was his master from his previous life. His heart was filled with doubt as he sat down in front of Inueru. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Li didn't know where to start. He just sat there quietly and looked at his master, feeling very satisfied. Inueru looked at Li with her clear eyes and said with a faint smile, "Don't ask me why I'm going to tell you what I'm going to say next. There are some things that you shouldn't know. Even if you ask, I won't tell you. What you should know, I will tell you even if you don't ask." When he heard Inueru's words, Li smiled and said, "Then what does Big Sistering want to tell me?" Li recalled that in his previous life he had called his master Big Sistering several times. "Unfilial disciple, you actually called me Big Sistering. You're too disrespectful." Inueru gave Li a hard knock on his head, but there was an unconcealable smile on her face. Li was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Inueru in shock. Being called unfilial disciple made Li suddenly feel like he had returned to his previous life. That familiarity and intimacy made Li want to cry bitterly. In that life, he had experienced all sorts of suffering, and in the end he had been left alone. His heart, which had suffered all sorts of hardships, had slowly healed under his master's gaze. Inueru smiled and said, "You might find it a little strange that I know all of this. However, the heavens divination technique is just that mysterious. It can see through all falsehoods in space-time and calculate the fate of the heavens. However, it took me 50 years of my lifespan to calculate all of this." "Why did you calculate all of this?" "It's 50 years of my lifespan. If you ask me, wouldn't it be fine if I told you everything?" Li looked at Inueru with a pained expression. "What you told me was far less than what I obtained from my calculations. That's because you're in the game, while I'm out of it after my calculations." Inueru revealed a beautiful smile. Her voice was ethereal and calm as she said, "Let's not talk about anything else. According to my calculations, What you're going to do next is to fight for the position of Hagami Myunmyun's patriarch, right? His master was really like a celestial being. She had actually seen through his hidden ambitions. Indeed, after arriving at Hagami Myunmyun, Nya Li had been aiming for the position of patriarch. As long as he became the patriarch, no one would be able to threaten his master. The reason Nya Li had displayed such astonishing talent wasn't just because he wanted to obtain resources, but also because he had other motives. Nya Li didn't have the time to wait. He wanted to start his plan right now. Others might think that becoming the Hagami Myunmyun's patriarch was already an incredible feat, however. That was only the first step of Nya Li's plan. This step had to be completed. If you want to become the patriarch, I can recommend someone to you. She can be a great help to you. Ingnueru smiled as she looked at Nya Li. Actually, her heart was also changing. Ever since she had calculated the fate of the heavens, she had suddenly gained a disciple. She had been bound by her previous life, but she still hadn't gotten used to it in this life. It was a very mysterious feeling. Who? My junior sister, Long Yuan. Ingnueru gazed deeply at Nya Li. That's impossible. Others can, but not Long Yuan. Whenever I see her, my heart will be filled with killing intent. Nya Li immediately shook his head. Is it because she and the Dragon Seal family forced me to my death in my previous life? There's a reason for that. In her eyes, I'm the one who killed her master. That's because I killed our master with my own hands. Ingnueru looked into the distance and sighed. The karma of this world is very mysterious. I can't explain it to you in a short time. You hate her, but she hates me. This hatred has become a dead knot. Only you can help me resolve her hatred for me. When he heard Ingnueru's words, Nya Li recalled the events of his previous life. He finally understood why Long Yuan had forced his master to his death. However, he couldn't let go of his hatred for Long Yuan in a short time. After all, he had seen Ingnueru die in front of him in his previous life. He had seen Long Yuan's overbearing nature with his own eyes. Every time he recalled that state of mind, Nya Li would be filled with anger. Although he wanted to let go, sometimes he couldn't suppress it. If you want her to let go of her hatred for me, then you must first let go of your hatred for her. Ingnueru looked at Nya Li. This is what I meant by virtuous like water. You've experienced 2 lives, yet you still aren't willing to let go? But Nya Li still wanted to say something. Ingnueru's tactful voice flowed like a clear spring, calming Nya Li's restless heart. I don't expect you to truly reach the realm of virtuous like water, but Long Yuan is no longer a threat to me. Why not let go? Nya Li was silent for a moment before he nodded. All right. So Long Yuan was his master's junior sister. After thinking about it, his master was an expert in divination. There had to be a reason why he had asked him to do this. Whether it was in his previous life or his current one, Nya Li had always trusted his master's words. After mastering the heavens divination technique, every time I perform a divination, I'll consume my lifespan. If you want me to live longer, then don't ask too many questions. Ingnueru smiled mischievously. All right. Nya Li paused when he saw Ingnueru's mischievous smile. In his previous life, Ingnueru had rarely smiled. However, when he thought about it, she was still only 16 or 17 years old. No matter how heaven-defying she was still a young girl. Don't come back here for the time being. You'll attract too much attention. Ingnueru gazed at Nya Li. Ever since she performed the divination, she didn't know how to face Nya Li. After all, she was only 16 or 17 years old. Yet she suddenly had a disciple like Nya Li. Nya Li had a vague feeling that his master definitely knew more. However, since his master had already said so much, he didn't ask any further. Seeing his master living a peaceful life, Nya Li was relieved. He knew that it would be best if he didn't come here often. After all, he was currently in a whirlpool of troubles. It would be best not to disturb his master's life. Wait until I become the patriarch of the Hagami Munyan. A resolute glint flashed in Niali's eyes. Only by becoming the patriarch of the Hagami Munyan would he be able to protect his master. Niali bowed slightly, stood up, and turned to leave. Inyueru sighed inwardly as she watched Niali's back. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see the day Niali became the patriarch. She watched Niali disappear through the door before withdrawing her gaze.